Welcome everyone to Cisco Canada's virtual kitchen at the Restaurants Canada show. Kim, welcome back today.
Good morning, Jay. Oh yeah, it's morning here. It's morning here in Canada.
Yeah, it's really morning here.
Yeah.
It's really morning here.
Good morning. I'm so excited to be back for day 2. I had so much fun yesterday. I just decided I needed to be here the whole time.
Yeah, we had a blast with you, and thank you again for taking the time and being a part of our shows. And we also want to tell everyone that Kim is going to be having her own show on our SVK channel starting March 23rd, my birthday.
Yeah.
Kim will be doing a walk. It's going to be called the Walk-ins, I believe.
Well, I'm still after yesterday and all the conversations. There's so much. I went last night. All I was thinking about was community and camaraderie and what about this and what about this. And so I'm going to, at the end of day 4, then I'm going to commit because again, the conversations yesterday were so exciting and so inspiring and just full of so much passion from people. So I really want to make sure whatever it is gets a chance to hit on the people that are serving the plates.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. We had, just to recap before we bring in our next guest or today's first guest, is we had Ellen talked a lot about the Cisco difference. We had a lot of shows about the Cisco difference. And there were just great conversations around what makes Cisco different. And I think we taught you a little bit about what makes us different, which was awesome. We love doing that. And then we had Chef Patrick, also Fitzgerald, one of our chefs out in BC. He showed 2 amazing dishes, which got me that was too much. Couldn't do that.
I know. I was screaming about that steelhead last night. Oh.
It was so good, eh?
Yeah.
And then Greg showed us some data stuff from Firefly, one of the systems we use to help our customers out. That was mind-blowing. And we had the Culinary Federation group on.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool as well. Kevin killed it with the pop-up new revenue streams, really helping restaurants with that. And then Michael blew my mind at the very end with Amanda on social media. And
I've started my posting today. I'm I got my 7 stories to get in. I'm going to see how well I do. I've challenged myself to see how I do today. I can hold up to the standards of her. So yeah.
It was awesome. I was taking so much notes there. It was crazy.
Yeah.
So today we have Canada Beefs in the house, and our friend Dwayne is going to be talking today. Really, it's going to be mind-blowing because there's so much to learn about Canada Beef and what they do. And Dwayne is just a huge mountain of great information out there. We have Chris Sprints. I always call him my work wife. And he's probably going to text me later for saying that, but he's on there. He's going to talk about the Cisco difference around food cost controls, which is always awesome that we help so many customers in that area. Chef Charlotte Langley is going to be on from Bocuse as well.
Yeah.
With Matthew.
So it's Girl Chef Day too here, Jay. I'm just saying there.
Okay. Just hey,
all the girl powers in the house today.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Mr. Wilson, Matt Wilson's going to be on there. Cisco difference as well around virtual kitchens. He's done a lot in that area. Then we also have our mouth-watering chef, Marina Livingston. She's on today, really going to be talking about date night meal kits, which is kind of cool. Chef Lori Wolf is going to be on a Cisco difference. And then we're going to finish off today with Corinne from Order Eats, one of the companies that we have partnered with our Cisco Advantage program. And I promise you that will blow your mind, Kim, on the information that she has. Because really, Order Eats is amazing to help customers with social media. They do all that stuff that was told yesterday for you, but also they really, we're going to pull our brains apart about websites because a lot of people have a lot of websites out there, but there's a lot of different things you need to know about them today. So great stuff. And then also today, it's going to be pretty cool. Before we bring Dwayne in, we just going to tell everyone, send us comments. We love comments. We can see the comments. We'll post your comments up in the corner on our screen. And we love questions. Please ask a ton of questions. That's what makes our SVK different than any other show out there, is that we want you to interact with us. I think it's important. It's also a lot of fun to see the comments coming through. We could just do slides and bore you to death, but we want to do that and have some fun today. So
absolutely,
grab your coffees, enjoy yourselves. We're going to break for 30-second quick little commercials. That's what we do. So me and Kim can either go to the washrooms or grab our coffee. Yeah. But we're going to break, and then we're going to bring Dwayne in from Canada Beef.
When you're a member of the Culinary Federation, you season your culinary career with its benefits.
Connecting and networking, culinary challenges and competitions, certification programs, culinary and business skills training, cost savings programs, mentorship and career development. The Culinary Federation, bringing together professional chefs and cooks from across Canada to honor tradition while evolving into the future. Be part of the change.
Join the Culinary Federation revolution today.
Well, we're back. Welcome, Dwayne.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to be here.
So, Dwayne, welcome to our show. We're happy to have you on. We are so excited for you to talk about beef today and Canada Beef and what you guys all do over there.
Yeah, listening to yours and Kim's conversation a few seconds ago, what we're going to talk about today is really with our restaurant and our independents or smaller chains on supporting them and on their with their social media or marketing programs. Nice. You mentioned Jay, Canada Beef has tremendous amounts of resources, and we really do. And at times, I forget what we have as well. and so I'm just going to kind of go through this segment here, a little bit of where you can find resources and also where you can ask for resources, or if you have a question in the future on how to position or general questions that you may have.
Awesome. Well, let's get started because I know you have a ton of stuff to talk about. We could talk for days with you. So let's get into it.
I'm ready.
So Canada Beef has primarily three websites. And Jake, can we share my screen?
Yes, right at the bottom there, Dwayne. You have a share button.
Oh, there. Sorry. I'm going to find the right screen here.
Dwayne, how long has Canada Beef been around?
Canada Beef was created in 1973 as the Beef Information Center.
Okay.
And the Beef Information Center at that time were a number of economists, home economists, and they literally went to stores and said, would you like to have some recipe cards to prepare your home meals, as well as and we eventually evolved the Beef Information Center to include food service, but at the same time, pretty close, we also had an export division, Canadian Beef Export Federation, and in about 2010 we merged and became Canada Beef. So we're the combination of two entities.
Sure.
Got it. And where are you this morning, Dwayne?
So I'm in Calgary.
Oh, okay. Nice. Well, that's appropriate, being from Canada Beef represented. That makes sense.
Our home office is here, just off the Deerfoot Trail. So yeah, and we have a culinary center and whatnot, and we'll talk about all sorts of different things as well.
Nice.
So I'm assuming you can see this at my website, Canadian Beef. Okay, I'm just gonna toggle through sort of some primarily three different websites. So the first website that we have is the Canadian Beef Marketing Library, and this is where we house most of our information that you as a restaurateur would find interesting, or elements that you may be able to incorporate into, whether it be social media or whether it be menu design, et cetera, as well as we also have some information for you as well. Now, if you notice over here, I'm not logged in, and so this is what you would see as an attendee when you come to our beef marketing Canada Beef Marketing Library.ca homepage. The first thing I'd like to talk through is that we have a dash here. And, I don't know about you folks, but whenever I come to a page, I sometimes forget to do this. And I expect to see everything that I need on my first screen, but never fail to scroll down. There's many different ways that we'll go through this to be able to find a resource that you may be interested in. And so you can sort of see we've divided into some different subsections: photos, documents, artwork, video, and audio. And within each one, there's a number of resources. And just to give you an idea, just in this setting here, we have 2,481 results. I have mine at 48 pages, and you can see there's 52 pages.
So, Dwayne, is that over 2,000 resources?
2,000 images, resources, yes, documents, anything that could be a downloadable PDF or an image is housed within here. Now, wow. I'll get to this towards the end, but this is what you can see as an individual just toggling through our website.
And are those generated by you guys? Oh, sorry, Jay.
I was going to say, did you know that, Kim?
I didn't know that, and now I want to know more. So are those generated by you guys, or are they posts that people have shared with you?
That's a good question. These images are the property of Canada Beef. So with the intent that we have the rights for restaurateurs and other entities to be able to incorporate them or utilize them. And we'll there's a process, but we'll go through that in a bit.
Yeah. Okay.
So that was a really good question. But as you can see, if you were looking for something specific, it would be quite a day chore to just sort of scroll through all the different types of images that we have available. So
my foodie lover photo brain is like peaking right now. I want to look at all the pretty pictures.
Well, exactly, and I think we know this. When our meal, our first taste of our meal is with our eyes. We see that meal, it looks so wonderful, and that anticipation begins, and the saliva gets ready to go, and we're so excited, and so we do really appreciate. We also appreciate the investment that's required, and generally. In the past, anyways, professional. Now with social and digital, authenticity in the photo, standing a little bit higher or a little bit off, seems to be more where customers or the public they really want to see and get involved in that meal from a au naturel perspective.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's huge.
So we have a number of tabs here. This is one area that we can kind of start to go through. And again, we have so much, so many different types of research available, but and also different areas: photos, artwork, documents, videos, audio. So I'm just picking random files that you can sort of start taking a look at. If you're looking at Canadian beef branding, for example, it talks a little bit about some of the resources that we have as well within each of the tabs.
So that could be beneficial to someone who's like starting a pop-up grocery store looking for that, and it's like, well, yeah, but I don't have any of the resources to market my beef. These are all the resources right there for you.
Well, that's right. And it's the resources. And the one thing from the Canada Beef perspective is that we try to work with trade and through partners such as Cisco as well, is common language. I think in the food industry in general, and Chef, you could probably attest to this, there's many different terms, not only for a beef cut, but for different meals and
we got a name for everything.
A different name, and that's a different name for every chef has a different name.
Yeah. Everyone has a different name for. Yeah, that's right. That's a good point. So you can kind of see through here. We have different types of cuts and different types of methods and imagery that one can go through to start to sort of ascertain. What am I looking for in terms of different types of cuisines, right through to technical as well.
So Kim, like you said, this is great in a sense for pop-up, grocery stores that we do in restaurants to be able to utilize a lot of these images and different things to help sell those products. You're absolutely right on that. What a great What a great pleather, like a ton of information here.
I really I appreciate the Canadian branding on it as well. I think that's incredibly important to have it with the maple leaves on it. And so you can show that, yes, this is Canadian beef that we're talking about, because we do stand above many of the competitors that are producing beef. So yeah, I'm a big fan of that.
Well, and it's it's true. We have options in the beef industry. We are global. We compete globally with our product, and so there are options. And why Canadian beef? Well, we have many different advantages. I'll talk about those in another session. But it is. If you're going to invest, if an independent operator is going to invest in beef, in the Canadian beef, our goal is to try to draw as much equity out of that investment so that operator's rate of return is as profitable as possible. Bottom line.
Absolutely.
Just real quickly, kind of finishing off, if you wanted to, if you have something specific, you can start to now either be a little bit more prescriptive, we'll say. So let's say you don't really need this and you don't really need that. And then you go down here and search. Then products start to come up. Wow.
Nice.
And you'll notice here, these are the raw cuts, but you can get, as you saw when I was typing in Chuck. Here, let's try another. Here.
Dwayne, you guys update this. Dwayne, do you guys update this website almost daily? I'm guessing.
Regularly. When there's a new, whenever a new piece of material is created, and so you can really start to. You can see when I type in, it also tries to help you find what you're looking for as well. So it's really user friendly.
To go back to those photos that you had before, where I think those would be incredibly helpful to have this as resources. If I have someone new in the kitchen, or say the person who normally does the beef isn't there that day for whatever reason, and you could say something like, you know what, I'm not 100% sure. I'm just going to check the Canadian Beef website and double check that I have exactly the information I need to move forward. Because a lot of times, that's one of the things that a lot of people don't retain that they've learned in school, or that just hasn't lodged in their information in the industry because they haven't had a lot of accessibility to different cuts in a raw form, or in a a whole form where they have an opportunity to do something with it. So the that extra education, again, I am 100% advocate for knowledge as power. So that brings a lot of knowledge and power into many situations.
We talk about that on a regular basis, Kim, as well. With the back end, is that the individual who slices steaks, that does have to have a day off and does need to have some time away as well from holidays. So who is taking over? And in our case with beef, with Canadian beef, arguably it's one of the highest investments a restaurant outside of staff is going to make, and maybe some seafood products. But and chef, from a profit loss, consistently being 3 grams bigger or smaller is not a recipe for success.
No, and it's hitting that bottom line hard. So having that kind of knowledge at someone's fingertips is very valuable. That gives of course, I always take it back to the people in the kitchen. That one guy that might not want to take that day off because he doesn't want someone else to mess up his job, but with those kinds of training tools, it makes it very easy for them to share that kind of information. So consistency. Yeah.
And then if after you've searched and you can't find, or you're not able to acquire what you're looking for, send us a note. Chances are we'll be able to find it for you. Or if we can't find it for you, we might be able to direct you where you need to go.
Cool. Very cool.
Pretty cool.
I'm going to go over here real quick because just kind of building off Chef's comments with regards to training. We talk the positive about the food service industry, especially table side. Every engagement is an opportunity to upsell, an opportunity to engage and speak with your customer and guest. And so we've created over the years a number of courses through our Connect platform, and we discuss many things: cuts of beef, positioning of cuts of beef, but also on the Canadian beef industry, so that service team can comfortably articulate to the guest their Canadian beef program. They'll input their beef program wherever they may be, that local beef program throughout Canada that's brought to you by beef farmers, whether they be in the Kelowna region of British Columbia, through the Prairie provinces into Ontario, Quebec, and Maritimes. Canadian beef is local beef. There's a beef farmer probably within 100 kilometers of most restaurants within Canada. And so we do we do have different types of courses that are geared towards industry. They're adult learning. The time frame is reasonable, but the knowledge and the questions, and we utilize the program as well. Again, to kind of build on your comment, Chef, as ongoing, to refer to come back to, and re-educate not only yourself but new staff.
Dwayne, we have a great comment here. Is that just young students going to school are cooking more for themselves? Can you tell them which cuts of beef to give them by using these tools, obviously, that helps them with more bang for their buck and yet very easily to cook? So really good comment there. Definitely for young students.
And it is, and as you know, through their culinary learning process from when they enter, and whether it be beef and other animal proteins, there on the beef side, we group our beef. So chuck generally is a consistent cooking method. And so, yes, a chuck roll, a boneless blade, is nice for braising. But what if, for whatever reason, it was shorted or the product isn't? There's a disruption. There's also a cross rib, which the cross rib roast. Very rarely do you see Chef, very rarely do you see a cross rib at food service. You see it in retail, but very rarely do you see it at food service. But fundamentally, the cooking method, the hip is a great example, is similar.
I'm a big fan of beef short ribs and did a lot of catering with beef short ribs over the past year or so. But I was to comment about Chef Addie's comment, in similar to that, I'm noticing, like she said, that young students are cooking a lot more for themselves. Yeah. I have 3 big beef eaters in my house. My daughter's 11. Then I have a 14-year-old and a 15-year-old. And for my son's 15th birthday, he asked for filet mignon. And they had they have good taste in beef, and they can easily tell the difference. And even their friends that get together, like 14 and 15-year-olds, the quality is very much different to them. We touched a little bit on it yesterday on kids knowing the difference and at a younger age. So I really find that they're becoming more educated as well. So yeah, I get that that quality thing is really standing out to youngins. Yeah, never thought my kids were going to ask for that for their birthday, to be honest. But yeah.
And I think probably Jay and I could share a similar story. I know I have a number of similar stories, and I'm the beef guy. And my kids, my one young son, at a very early age, wanted to go to the keg.
Yeah, well,
for his birthday. So that became our tradition. The keg, my goodness.
I have a keg kid too, and I'm not a big meat eater. I've gone over in the past couple of years. I've been really drawn more towards plant-based food, and not to say I wouldn't eat beef if it were like I did have some of the filet mignon. Because if I'm having like really good beef, then I'm gonna enjoy really good beef. But yeah, it's amazing to see the age group at which they're embracing that a lot younger than I anticipated. So yeah, like your keg kid. I'm sure there's a lot of those out there now.
Yeah. Well, just wait. We're going to have a keg fan on here, the next guest. So don't worry. Chef Chris.
And if for the students that you were talking about, back to that question, she's looking for in a retail, what would be the best bang for their buck? You said you're thinking like a chuck, or what else would they be able to cook at home and have good cost?
Well, there's a number of cuts, and from the beef carcass, like the hip is a different type of a cooking method than maybe from the chuck. I have, over the last number of years, embraced both. The middle meats, on occasions, I still enjoy my T-bone or rib of some sort, but really the hip and the chuck. And I enjoy from the chuck an eye of the round that's been pre-marinated and simmered in a simmering steak in a pan in a sauce of some sort, and let it sit for a little bit, and then whether you choose to add your root vegetables in at a certain time and the flavor profile, you can have it. And chef, you know this, you can have a different experience, and usually I do every meal, as well as you're going to have a consistently tender type of a product. And being able, from an economic perspective, enjoy a steak. May not be a medium rare type of a steak or a rare steak, but still have the steak experience at home with a little bit of assurance that, hey, if you cook it an extra 10 minutes, it's okay. It's not going to go from a medium to a well done that quickly. And so for those entry level, maybe folks, it's the hip and the chuck, they're good entry-level steaks to experiment with.
So Dwayne, we have a last comment here, and then we're going to have to wrap up as our next guest is in the green room there. Comment across the screen. So true. Her 21-year-old loves strip loin steak. She prefers ribeye. Causes arguments all the time, which is better. He's online right now. Dwayne, can you help settle this?
Yeah, I can actually.
Okay, here we go.
It's as independent as the individual. There is not a right or a wrong. No one is wrong. A strip loin steak is the flavor profile of a ribeye, chef, as you know, and even a blade steak for that matter, has high flavor and juicy. The strip loin is tender with a little bit less of the of the juiciness, but a wonderful meat eater's steak. So there is no wrong answer.
There you go.
Pretty fair. That's the good answer there, Dwayne. Very politically correct. Right down the middle. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, there's gonna be no problems in that house tonight.
No.
That's awesome. Well, Dwayne, we are happy to have you back. We have to move on to the next guest here, but we'll see you this afternoon with more information. And what a great website. I didn't know how much information is actually there. So it's great for you to share that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Thanks both of you. And basically, if you're looking, just type into your browser Canadian beef or Canada beef, and then we'll go together.
Nice. Awesome. The resources are there. I love it. Thank you so much. Thanks for making it easy for us.
Thanks, everyone. Look forward to seeing you this afternoon.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thanks, Dwayne. You didn't know that, did you? I didn't know that.
I totally didn't know that. I think that's very cool and a very cool resource to have right at your fingertips.
Yeah,
I love the fact out of things, and to have that many photos and inspiring things added onto it, I think is awesome.
You know what's so cool is having you on the show, Kim, is that you look at things in that chef, that culinary eyesight, and it's just awesome to have you on this for this. Like I just sitting here going, first of all, we're on the same page with the whole meat thing because I'm the same way.
Yeah.
And Dwayne knows that as well. I've been eating a lot more plant-based and moving away from it, and it's probably the influence from the kids too because they're big plant-based fans. So.
Yeah, and mine kind of go right down the middle. My one child does.
Mine do too.
He said he would rather lose an arm than have bacon taken out of his life. So that's his level of dedication to his meat loving, and his email is Bacon Slayer because he kills a piece of bacon. Yeah. So that's it. He's not hardcore on the plant-based yet, but again, if I'm gonna have it and I wanna enjoy it, I'm not gonna have it. It's the same. I'm the same way with coffee. I could drink 10 coffees a day and I would just be like fuel. Whereas now I have got to the point where I have a coffee just for the enjoyment of the coffee. I would have a steak for the enjoyment of it, and or like short ribs. I love short ribs when they fall apart and they just like melt in your mouth, and then the sauce, and oh my God, now we're talking food and I'm hungry again.
Kim, I have the short rib king on in the greenhouse, right in the green room right now.
Oh, is he like, he's probably like, get me in there, get me in.
Oh, he's gonna be he's itching to talk about ribs and food.
Nice.
He's my work wife. And,
yes.
Yes. He's off. So anyways, we got a new commercial. I just got it sent to me from one of our vendors. So we're going to watch this. It's 30 seconds, and then we're going to have Chef Chris. And
okay, I'm going to go tend to my dog. Keep that from
okay.
you done. Nice. I'm going to jump in because the All But Gluten commercial is a fantastic product. Like the brownies are delicious. So before we get talking about ribs, we're going into brownies for a sec. So
talk about before we even talk about my stuff.
Yeah. So we had when I was at Budweiser Gardens, Max Domi was one of my kids that I helped feed there.
Yeah, and he's celiac.
Yeah, and he was I used to call him Max's Meals. He was my guinea pig for many, many years on all gluten-free products that came out. And then we used them for the World Figure Skating. We used them for all our backstage catering, and just very consistent, fantastic product.
I know. And they have gluten-free hot dogs. I didn't know they had hot dog buns gluten-free. That's awesome.
Yeah, and there's gluten-free hot dogs too. So,
Chris, welcome, buddy.
Hi.
Thanks for having me. Hi, Kim. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So Chris is.
We can just talk about Jay for half an hour and dispel some of the stories you just.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not. But we're gonna. So Chris today is going to talk a little bit about cost controls and Cisco difference when it comes to how we help our customers with using the resources and people that we have. And one of the big things that Chris has taught, like how many, like 2,000 probably plus restaurants, cost controls over the bazillion years Chris has been helping customers with Cisco. How many customers, Chris, have you sat in over the 10 years, 15 years?
Back in the day, when I look back, we were probably doing about 500 customers a year. I mean, we've been doing this for 15 years. I'm almost 15 years for me, Jay, 17, 18 years.
Yeah.
We're talking 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 easily. We've sat down with folks and just gone through their financials and just kind of redirected them on some things that are going on in their world. So it's never too small, never too large of an operation we can help out. We always find something that we can help a customer out with. There's always something they've overlooked or didn't think of or whatever. So,
no kidding. I'll send you a list of people in London that you should touch base with.
Look forward to it. Yeah, for sure. So
me and Chris we've sat in so many meetings with restaurants. Yeah. We have so many stories, Kim, over the years.
I can imagine.
We have we've seen it all.
Yeah, it's it may seem like a daunting task, and customers are usually freaked out by the math, and then especially the owner operators who are just hands-on. They don't do their true financials every month like they should, like they should be. But they're busy working folks. It's tough to just say, hey, you got to do this. It's tough for you. I mean, we got to put ourselves in their shoes for a couple of minutes here, and just they're owner operators. So they're not focused on keeping the books all day tidy. They're worried about customer service and operations and production and keeping the store afloat. So that's we got to sit back and just kind of listen to their story and just help them go through their financials.
Yeah, I can totally see that. That'd be incredibly beneficial. I remember back in the day of owning a restaurant. Yeah,
I'm sure you get some stories of if I would have done this better, or I forgot about this. I could just be that much leaner and meaner as an operation and make.
If I would have done it better, I wouldn't have been audited, and then I might still be owning a restaurant.
That's different.
Yeah. If I had one of you, might be
on to the slides, Chris.
Anyways, I've only got 8 slides here because typically my presentation is anywhere from 30 to 40 slides and 2 to 3 hours. An initial kind of presentation on how Cisco can help out with cost controls. So today I'm just going to kind of do just a 30,000-foot view of how we can help you out. Then if there's any interest from customers watching the show today or after when you watch the recording, please connect with your Cisco MA, and they'll connect you with your local resource team, and we'll get the help for you to help you fine tune your costs on your operation. So I labeled this putting food and beverage cost control fitness, but putting controls back in your cost because it all comes down to control. Number one, flat out, the number one word is control, and it starts from the very beginning to the very end of your business cycle. It's control everything. I always say control. If you don't have total control, you don't have any control. So it's very, very important for the restaurateur to know that you got to have control on absolutely everything that runs through your business. So go to the next slide, Jay. So today I'm going to talk about what is cost, prime cost, just a kind of a key figure there. What is revenue? Profitability standards, a break-even analysis, which is pretty important. Your menu and controlling your costs, because your menu is everything. Just a brief kind of overview on menu engineering, and then I'm going to go through some tips and tricks on how to control costs, and then where do we go from here? Next slide, Jay. So revenue, sales, the amount of, these are the basics. So revenue and sales are just the dollars you take in, expense / cost, or the cost incurred. The products you require, the labor you required, everything you need to have to run your business. So all these costs that you need to have, marketing, advertising, utilities, all that sort of thing, small wares, you name it. Everything you have to bring on and purchase is your expense. Profit, that's what you have at the end of the day, at the end of the month, after things paid, and you're standing there at the end of the month. What happened? Do I have any money in the bank? Hopefully, yes. This is your profit. So it comes down to those very simple 3 points there. Fixed costs.
Chris,
yeah, go ahead,
I'm going to jump in there. I'm sure Ken might have a few questions as well. We're going to interrupt you, by the way. That's what we do.
Yeah.
Why is this important that we help customers with this? Like, we're a distributor. Yeah. Why is this important?
It's a partnership, Jay. As we all know with Cisco, we don't look at our customers directly as customers. They're business partners, and our logo is being our customer's most trusted and valued business partner. We're in it with them to help them run the business. Of course we want to sell them everything and just focus on sales, but we truly want to help our customers be sustainable and profitable in their business, and that's what a true partnership is. And that's what the Cisco difference is right there.
Well, it's so funny because Kim's a converted Cisco, and she's. I bet you didn't know we did this. Hey, Kim.
Yeah,
you didn't know we did all this.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny. I was thinking about it. I always like to think of in what context would this benefit my kitchen life? In what context would this benefit the people I know? And I think for so many people, you go to culinary school and you learn, your costing and all that. And let's be honest, not a lot of 19-year-old and 20-year-olds are focusing on the costing and that, especially in culinary. They want to be chefs. That part's not even working through their brain. And I know, I was there. I never thought I'd own a restaurant. 4 years after I graduated, I bought a restaurant. So it's one of those things that even the information, if you're not retaining it, and then you go into the industry, you do all the wonderful things they're so passionate about. I have my restaurant, I'm going to have beautiful menus and my decor is going to look fantastic. And then a couple months go by and there's that one piece of that reality. So where this is so beneficial and can be utilized is that it takes so much of the thinking out of what you have to do so you can be the face. I always think of it as like at Disney, they have the front house characters and the back of house character. I'm a front house character. I thrive on being out front and talking to the people. I'm wasted in the back doing things like this, but there's a whole lot of people that are really great at doing things like that. And if you have a company that is really great at doing things like that, then that to me is just an easy partnership.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is true. Yeah. I think, go back to your comment about the difference between a 19-year-old aspiring chef and a cook. You follow the career of being a cook, being a prep cook, going through all the stages, and then one day they become chefs.
Mm-hmm.
And what do I do? How do I, the biggest leap is from, I always believe, is from the sous chef to the chef.
Mm-hmm.
The sous chef is more or less the chief cook in the kitchen. The chef, he's hands off. He's running the bit, or he or she, sorry, is running the business. The chef is in charge of the business. The sous chef, that person is in charge of the cooks. But I always seen throughout the years, you see these incredibly talented cooks and sous chefs come up through the business. They're in the news. They're on front page of the menus, and then also, okay, well, we're going to promote this person to executive chef, and it's like that person he or she is just failing because they just didn't have that business sense. They didn't know the numbers. That the best cooks don't make great chefs, and the best chefs don't make good cooks. There's a distinct difference. There's two different positions there. So that's important to know.
And I also think when you put it in a way that is easy to communicate for people and easy to understand, because if I were to try and figure this out on my own, my brain would be so tired by the time I was done. I wouldn't want to go and spark a conversation about it afterwards. Whereas if I have it and someone has explained it to me, okay, this is where your cost is for this is where this is, then I can turn around and go to my staff that I'm working with and say, hey guys, just a heads up, that's how much this costs. Are you guys aware of that? So I had, the last place I was at, I had a fleet of 14, 15, and 16-year-olds. And I love them. They're workhorses, but they didn't understand the cost of things. They're only 14, 15, 16. So they would drop something or something get wasted. And being able to tell them what that cost was made it very easy to say them to almost take ownership over it and understand. They're like, oh yeah, well, okay, I'm not going to get a raise if I drop that any more times. So it really, and I'm, again, my power in knowledge, this to me adds power to all of those rungs on the ladder, knowing the costs, and that gets everybody on board to be working towards the same cost, which is instrumental.
Absolutely, yeah. Having your staff have buy into the operation. That's a good point. I always have to recommend to restaurant owners and executive chefs, have that conversation with your staff once a month. Who wants a raise? There's not one staff member in that room that's not going to put up their hand. Like, hey, well, how do you get here? And then show them the financials. Every kitchen I walk into that has a waste sheet, the tracking all the stuff that gets burnt, like a $20 tray of bacon that we forgot about. Okay, just throw it in the garbage. Okay, well, it's $20 in the garbage. Where's that money going? How are you tracking this? What does that sheet mean? Does accounting do anything? Well, I don't think the government of Canada lets you write off a tray of bacon every 15 minutes. It doesn't happen. So it's a cost control measure. You got to know what you're wasting and why, and get that down to zero as possible. So that's a waste sheet. That's another 2-hour conversation. But today we're talking about the overview. We can
talk all day, Chris.
Oh, I can go on for days about cost controls. So just back to that one slide, James. The fixed costs fixed costs obviously are the standard cost you have every month. Your rent is like, say, $5,000 a month. Those are fixed costs. Ones you can't change from day 1 to day 31. Those are built into the monthly. Variable costs, obviously your number one variable cost is going to be labor, food, beverage, all that, the raw cost material. That's your variable cost. Semi-variable, so you might have like a flat cost with a percentage above. So if you have a bit of a franchise, you'll have some semi-variable costs where you pay $1,000 a month plus 2% of whatever. Those kind of get into the variable cost with third-party deliveries that have a variable cost platform. Prime cost, this is a key figure I want to talk about. Prime cost is the sum of all food, beverage costs, and labor costs built in together. This is your number one cost worry, is your prime cost. This would be your single most biggest cost percentage on your spreadsheet is the prime cost in an operation. Next slide, Jay. No questions yet? We're good?
No, we're good.
Awesome. So I have a bunch of different measurement tools, some gadgets that we plug into a spreadsheet. I got about 10 or 15 of them that I have. I'm just going to go through a couple today. Break-even point analysis is key. Having the knowledge of knowing where you need to be in a month, where your break-even points. The top graph there is just a very, very simple cartoon-looking spreadsheet of where you need to be. As you can see, it's like halfway down the month. So your break-even point is not going to happen until as early as the 10th day of the month, or if you're hitting it at the 20th day, you're in trouble. But kind of that below the halfway point of your month, if you have a steady flow of sales every day, you need to know where that break even points. And the easiest way is to show it, to sit down with our customers and show them their analysis on per unit. So if your average sale price is $15 per whatever, from a cup of coffee to a T-bone steak, and you average all your sales units per month, and then dividing it minus your variable costs and divided by your fixed costs, and that will give you the break-even point for units and for sales. And typically it's about a third of the way into the month or halfway. So if you haven't hit your break-even point by the halfway of the point of the month, you need to retool and figure out where you're going, because if something happens that last half of the month and things go south for revenue, you're stuck. You're going to be in the red. So you need to know where those points are.
Cool.
Awesome. Next slide, Jay. So as I was saying, your menu is everything in controlling your cost. Your menu dictates what your customer expects. It controls your sales. It controls your marketing. It controls your recipes. It controls absolutely everything in the daily flow of your operation. So having a good sound menu in your operation, and just telling your customer what the expectations are. It tells the customers how much they're going to pay for those awesome dishes that the chef created. It's going to tell the customer how much to expect, how big of a plate to expect. Your servers are going to know how to sell that to the customer. Like, this is how big our plate of wings. And I threw that plate of wings on there as
I love it. I was going to totally give a comment on that.
So if anybody's run a restaurant with chicken wings on their menu, this has been the bane of my career. Going back to the 1980s. I'm not going to date myself here, but it is one of my favorite foods in the world. But I know how much they cost.
Yeah, and you might be one of the only ones that, because there's the chicken wing is the most misunderstood food item, because when I was at Budweiser Gardens, I was going through hundreds of pounds on a Friday night. I mean, hundreds of them a couple times a week. And then the guy down the road is selling them for 19 cents, and people wonder why they're coming in. I'm like, totally misunderstood the chicken wing. Yeah. So I appreciate that there's a chicken wing up there as an example.
I think at my retirement dinner in a few years, I'm not going to say when, but I think, I'm going to talk about wings, because it's been a part of my career.
Yeah.
Since I was 20 years old.
Yeah.
It's been rumored to go away. People aren't going to buy wings anymore. They're going to switch to the chicken tender. They're going to switch to the lollipop chicken drumsticks. There's rumors that those things were going to take over. Not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
I use this as an example. Nachos. Yeah, this is a comment there. Nachos are another one that's just a lost leader, right?
Oh, yeah. Those loaded toppings on nachos, they'll get you every time.
I ran a chain of pubs many years ago, and our nacho cost was through the roof. And it was, I knew it was the cheese.
Yeah.
You know, the cheese cost, because the customer never has enough cheese on there.
Yeah. Or enough sour cream.
Yeah, or guacamole. Now it's guacamole, but back in the day, it didn't have enough cheese on. We need more cheese, We're just throwing money on it. And I tried cheating, crafty. I was being crafty, skilled, trying to use my skills. And I used a little bit of nacho cheese sauce and a little bit of melted cheddar. Customer wasn't fooled.
No.
You know, to try and even out the cost and bring the cheese cost down, didn't happen.
Yeah.
It finally took me, I rediscovered this about, I don't know, I think it was about a year or two into the operation. I figured out that the blade on the shredder was actually causing my food cost to go up. We had a real weird looking blade, and I found a new blade to shred the cheese, and it made it thicker and
could go further.
More, as we call bridging. There was more cheese volume coverage on the nachos with this new cut, and I saved myself about 5% of the cost of cheese just by buying a new blade for the shredder.
See, those are all the tips that you bring to the table, right, Chris? That's why you got to get in there and check on people's costing.
Cornstarch. People that put cornstarch in their cheese to keep it from sticking together. Not good.
Oh.
It causes it to absorb the moisture, and if it goes flat, then you got to put more cheese on. So I can go on. I can spend 2 hours on that.
Constantly makes me sick.
Anyways, if you want more details, I can help with that. Just give me a call. Next page here is just a look on just a quick overview on menu engineering. So this is something we've been doing for 34 years. We can sit down with you and plug your menu items and your sales into a spreadsheet on the right there, and it'll show you one of 4 answers where your menu item is sitting on that graph. It'll either be a plow horse, a dog, a star, or a puzzle. So on this graph on the left, you'll see the number sold versus profitability. The dog is in the bottom corner. So you're not getting good enough sales and it's not making any money. You always want to look at getting a dog off your menu. You want to get everything to a star, but you can't have everything as a star, because unless you've got 18 different kinds of steak sandwiches and chicken wings and they're all stars, then you got something. But you need more variety. People want to have a choice. You go to your puzzle on the bottom to the right. That profitability is high. Oh, go ahead, Jim.
Sorry, too much coffee.
High, but your sales are low. So the puzzle would be something like an order of toast. You got to have it on your menu. You know, it's good, profitable, but it's not a big seller. The horse, the plow horse, would be something like a chicken wing. It's not the most profitable item in the world, but it's going to sell. You have to have a pub menu. You have to have some kind of chicken finger or chicken wing to sell, because it's going to bring in people to hopefully drink some more alcoholic beverages, beer, number 1, draft beer, number 2, those sort of things. So
I was at Budweiser Gardens. I talk beer and dude food. It's like my love language.
Sounds like a dream job.
Right?
We'll talk after. Maybe we'll open up one in Calgary.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is a great sheet. Like I say, contact your local sales rep, your MA sales rep, and we can connect you with our local business resource team from any of our 15 teams across Canada. And this is one of the tools that we have in the toolbox. We can help you kind of analyze and audit your menu. Next slide, Mr. J. So how do we control costs? To cut costs, not so easy. The old adage, it costs money to make money. Control costs, now we're talking. So these are next 2 pages. I'm going to go through some basics, and I used to have 10 pages of cost control recommendations, but I kind of trimmed it down to the top 2 pages here. So next page, Jay.
Yep.
Purchasing and inventory. Good practice of purchasing and inventory control. FIFO. If you haven't heard the word FIFO, learn it. It is a key figure. Inventory turnover rate. So on the little box to the right. So ITR is something I like to teach. So just kind of measuring how much inventory you're going through in a month. This is key. If you're not hitting a 4.3 ITR in a month, you've got too much inventory and it's rotting in your fridge. You need to be 4.3 is the average weeks in a month. So 4.3. If you're not going through your inventory once a week, you're buying too much and you're not selling it fast enough. You're buying too many. If you're buying a week's worth of romaine once a week, it's a little tough to get the highest quality throughout the week. So you need to break it down at least twice a week. You're turning an inventory over. Between 6 and 8 is kind of a good rate to have for an ITR. Theft. It's something I like to bring up. It's a touchy subject, but theft happens. If you don't think theft happens,
then you have blinders on your eyes.
Yeah, you haven't been to a restaurant in a few months.
Yeah, then you've been sitting in your office too long and need to get out and check out the space.
We all have a theft story, don't we?
You bring up the office. I think restaurants don't need an office. When I worked in the pubs years and years ago, I remember we were designing one pub, we were building it. The office was smaller than the washroom. It was tiny. It's not a lounge. You come in. We did not allow any managers to sit there and hang out for the day. It was you come in, input your data into the office, get out. You're not going to sell any food sitting in an office. So
Cool.
Your menu, like I said, going through that menu page is your number one way to control your costs. Portioning. I can't tell you how important portioning is. I've worked with so many customers and sold so many portion spoons, measuring cups, portion cups, everything. Everything has to have a recipe. Everything down to a 2 ounce portion of ranch dressing has to have a recipe and a cost attached to it. If you're giving away ranch dressing to every customer and the servers have the ranch dressing jar in the front fridge and they just help themselves and serve it to everybody, might as well just throw loonies at the customer because you're just tossing money away. You got to portion it. You got to control it. You got to track it. Every ounce of everything has to be tracked. Even if you're giving it away, you got to know how much you're giving away and incorporate that into your total cost. Recipes, I talked about this briefly. Everything has to have a recipe. Is your recipe cost accurate? Is it up to date? You make all these great recipe books you see in the back. Are they up to date? Are they in the system in your POS system, on your front of the house systems? Are they up to date so you know your food cost is hitting that target of whatever it is, if it's 33% or 34 or 28. Each recipe, each item is going to have a different food cost percentage. And you just got to go through it once a month and make sure your costs are in line.
I think the importance of updating those are key, because you might have that one guy that works Friday night that always puts 3 pieces of bacon on the burger piece instead of 2 pieces, or the guy on like Tuesday lunch and there's always those guys or girls. But that's why it's important to be aware of what everyone's doing and just the standard across the board.
Going back to the nacho thing, like the cheese going on top, like I always like 2 ounce portion bags. Yeah. You look at my line after a busy rush of lunch or dinner, and there's like portion bags everywhere. It's I love seeing it. I don't mind it. Portion bag.
Like Christmas morning.
If there's any environmentalists on this call, I apologize, but portion bags are key. So having those controls in place, number one. Bang, bang, bang. Just everything has to have a control. Hands do not measure things properly. My hand is, medium size. You got some people got big mitts. Those cost money, and and if you have a smaller portion of a person that's got a smaller hand in their portioning, you're gonna get customer complaints.
Yeah.
How much I didn't get as much. I was here Friday and they had tons of cheese on it. Today it's less. How come? Well, the chef was actually portioning things today at lunch, and the big.
That's usually when it's skimpy.
That's right. Yeah. It's in line.
Yeah.
But those are the basics. I think I'm past my time here. I think any questions here, Jay? You have anything?
Well, me and Chris have worked and talked about these subjects so many times. We can almost know what the next person's going to say. But it's awesome, first of all, for you to be on here, Chris, and we appreciate it. And this is one of those things, Kim, that just makes us so different at Cisco, is that we get involved into your business at this level, and we want to, obviously, and we want to help, and it's just amazing. Chris has helped so many restaurants over the year. I don't even know how many, thousands of them, and to provide knowledge and to help chefs and restaurateurs. It's just awesome watching him and all the different means. We have so many stories over the years of helping people. And the best one I've always said is the ones that actually do something. The ones that don't, usually we don't see them again, and they do disappear. we see that so many times is we help them, or they, I know this or this and that. We're all not experts in this industry. We're all learning. And, it's just awesome, Chris, for you to be able to share this today and to be on our show and also not to jab me once. I'm actually impressed. 30 minutes. Yeah.
I do have a jab, but I'll let it go. Okay. Jay's idea of plant-based food is the veggie burger at A&W, by the way.
I think him and I talked about that one day too. I do think this, Chris, is a really great reminder for people, because it is one of those things. We've gone into this space where we're trying to make sure we're sanitizing everything. We have all those things all lined up. So this is a good reminder for people to go back and check on your costing of things. Be aware of what's happening while you're not looking at that front or that back of house anymore. How are things unraveling there a little bit? So this is a good reminder to the industry to jump on board with this. And if you need some tools, then to contact Chris to help you out with it while you're busy doing everything else. So yeah, absolutely. I totally get that. Awesome.
Well, thanks, Chris. Enjoy your rest of your day. We'll chat soon again, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Take care, Kim. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Chris. Thank you.
Yeah, you didn't know that, did you?
No. Well, actually, I think I did. I did know that, and I was the person like, whatever. I don't want to.
No, but you didn't know that we helped people with that.
No. I think maybe I did, but I didn't. I wouldn't have. It's knowing what I know now and where my strengths are and where my weaknesses are, and being very open to accepting those. That I would 100% be on board with having that kind of support.
There you go. Yeah. Good answer. So you're gonna kill me after 4 days. Sorry, Kim.
No, maybe I will too.
Poor Chris, he lived with me for so many years. Anyways, we're gonna cut to a quick commercial, and then we have the Bocuse crew in, and there's Tomas just chilling there. He was laughing at, I think, some of Chris's comments too. We've all been through those nachos and the chicken wings.
No.
Good reference. All right,
yeah,
we're right back.
The chicken wings.
A little goes a long way. That's never been more true than now. You're doing every little thing you can to keep your restaurants going and fresh food coming. And at Cisco, so are we. Introducing no delivery minimums, so you can order only what you need. Because we know that a little actually means more. More flexibility, more value, and more freedom. And now, you can access solutions you need fast. See, a little really does mean more. As in, more ways we're making it easier to keep your customers happy and your restaurant rising.
You're in the show. Okay, you're on the
There we go. Hello.
Hey.
Hey, Tomas.
Hello.
Hey, good morning.
Welcome, everyone. Look at the stacked house of people we have.
I know. I love it. This is the most screens I've had to look at yet.
I know. This is huge. So, Tomas, can you introduce everyone for us?
Yes, good morning, everyone. We have the team from the Russian Food Lab in Toronto. Hey, guys. Matthew is, I believe, in his food truck in Repentigny, Quebec.
Cool.
Yes, I'll show you the food truck around it later.
Nice.
Beautiful. Absolutely. And Charlotte, you home?
Charlotte, I am actually in the woods of... I'm in North Frontenac right now, but I am with you guys, so that's exactly where I want to be right now.
We want to be with you.
Yeah, I was going to
decided that we can work at a trade show and on a radio show. We can really work from anywhere. So it's like, why not work from the woods for a couple of days?
Yeah, no kidding.
That is awesome.
Well, welcome, everyone. We're really happy to bring in all these guys to you today to show the success stories of people that have been reinventing themselves during COVID and before COVID, but all of these really shows that even if something happens like what we're experiencing today, you can definitely pivot to profit from the situation, open new kind of businesses. We know that we're probably not gonna live the same life that we had before. So we just wanted to introduce to you guys the success stories and what they're doing. So I would probably just let you speak and share with everybody what you've done. Charlotte, you're a great example of reinventing and pushing like beautiful products. Like I just saw recently on the social media that you were out of stock and people were just dying to put their hands on it.
We had like a private Facebook group where people were like hunting for lobster, like I'll trade you lobster for this and that. And it became like this crazy hunt for finding our products. And I can talk further about why this happened and how this happened and how amazing it has been to be a small startup company in the sustainable canned seafood industry, and how it came to be that we had a Facebook group of people hunting for lobster. So I guess I can just see my face right now. So I guess I'll just stop talking.
So there you go. Go for it.
Hey, thanks.
That's
That's
every
awesome.
now and then.
I love it. I'm like, oh, now it's just me looking at myself. Anyway, it's an honor to be here with you guys today. Thanks so much for having me. And I really just wanted to say hello and talk briefly about Scout Canning and where it started and where it is today. And I've been a private chef and a chef for over 15 years, and I've been in the sustainable seafood space for that period of time as well. And I've worked in anything everywhere from a 30-seat restaurant to a 5,000-person catering. And actually, I used to be the chef and culinary curator for the Restaurants Canada show. So this is my first time not being there this year physically. And that's, it's less stressful from this side of the table. But I wanted to just wait till Bridget's like, wait till tomorrow, chef. I wanted to just give you guys a quick example, show you the deck that I put together. It's just a couple images, and it kind of runs through who Scout Canning is and what we've done. So just give me a second to get this on lockdown here, and we're going to go through this. Can you guys see this?
Yep.
One. Yes. Okay, great.
No.
So here we go. We're North America's craft source seafood cannery, and our mission is to be the most trusted seafood brand in North America while reducing our food waste and protecting our oceans and waterways. And that's a really straightforward mission at this point. There's a picture of my face. Like I said, I started my project. I started canning seafood in 2015. It's actually 2014. And I was experimenting, trying to understand how to bring really delicious seafood that's sustainably sourced and ethically mined and ethically harvested to everybody's homes. Being a chef that's been in like a small scenario to a large scenario, 30 to 5,000, that's 30 people that may be tasting sustainable seafood, especially from my hands. But I was like, how do I find more people? How do I share my mission and my passion with other people? So that being said, I started really diving deep, literally, no pun intended, into producing Scout Canning, which is ethically sourced canned seafood line. So we are a shelf-stable company. We've got 5 products now, which I'll get into. And on top of being a chef-driven and chef-inspired company, we're also very mission-driven. And we have all these really wonderful partnerships that we've added to our company that we are really focused on that bring impact, positive impact, not only for the environment around us, but also we're a triple bottom line company. Great product, great sourcing, and great partners. So we're very focused on climate action, responsible seafood and sourcing. We're B Corp, and we should have that done pretty soon. 1% for the planet means all the fishing communities that we work with, we donate 1% back to that community. That really inspires people to want to partner and work with us because we are so focused on our community, and all of our sourcing is pretty great. So here's our regions we have. I'm from the east coast of Canada, and we have our first co-packer there in Prince Edward Island in Abrams Village. They can our trout, mussels, and our lobster, our butter poached lobster, I think, is our most popular item. Ontario is sort of our HQ. It's where I am right now. And West Coast, we have our West Coast species. So we can species where they come from. We're not flying tuna across the country. We're canning in-home in these really beautiful facilities. So we have a current impact project, which is a beautiful kelp restoration project. This is where our 1% went this year. This is our first year. We actually only launched in June of 2020. We launched in COVID. So if you can imagine, we've just kind of gotten our bits together to our contribution to our current impact model, which is really exciting. So I'll go through this. I'm going to show you some of our products. These are my babies. These are the things I've been working on for a very long time because for whatever reason, I want to be the craft seafood canning queen of Canada. And how as wild as that may sound. So these are our first 5 SKUs. I'm feeling I'm doing a pitch right now, but I only got 5 minutes, I know. So We got our butter poached lobster on the top, our mussels in a tomato fennel pepper sauce, our trout with dill, and then our 2 tuna SKUs. And the reason why we introduced tuna from a non-commodity fishery, we have direct with one fisher, is we kind of consider like the gateway fish to our company. Everyone kind of recognizes canned tuna, but how we source, the people that we work with, how we pay everybody along the chain of custody, because we are MSC certified for our wild species. You know, tuna should never be $2 a can, and this is something that we're getting really hard to bring north of that sort of European conservative culture to North America. So here's some beautiful dishes that I had to fun style, very pretty. And these are some of our culinary strategies. These are places where canned seafood in Canada can be used, and North American can be used. So what I love is about bringing the fish to the center of the plate and utilizing it in many different ways. So we're seeing a lot of our clients are using it in breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They're using CULINARY for some nice entertaining, some signature recipes that I've done up that are quick and easy, super casual. Take this like hiking, camping, and we've got some really great engagement. So these are some of our partners that have been purchasing product and they've gotten super inspired to create their own dishes, which I love to see. It makes me so proud to see people enjoying the product. And like I said, these are the 3 or the 5 SKUs, and it's very nicely mocked up. But I just wanted to share with you the reason why. I'm going to stop sharing. Awesome. The reason why, here we go. There we go. I worked in restaurants for a very long time, and I kind of felt the desire to make my own product to get into the marketplace. I know I'm going over, but I'll just be one more second. And by creating a shelf-stable company that has a 5+ year shelf life, as well as being chef-driven, I still get to have my creative side of things. I get to reach out to a bigger marketplace to share my passion for sustainable, traceable seafood. And Thomas, you know me, I like to be super loud and proud about what I'm doing, and this is something I totally stand behind. And I'm just so happy to be able to pivot into the world of CG. So that's my spiel. What do you guys think? Is that good?
Nice. Yeah.
You can be proud.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well done. I have like
viewers
100 questions, but I'll ask them after. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I just had one too. If our audience wants to put their hands on the product, Charlotte, where can we find them now?
Well, our best bet is we just restocked. Like I mentioned, we're a bit out of stock because of the nature of canning takes time. So enjoyscout.com is the best source to get it for direct to consumer. And if you want to have it in your grocery store or your retailer, your bodega, reach out to wholesale at scoutcanning.com and we will get you samples, product, and some information and get you on track to work with us. So those 2 categories there. Thanks for asking.
I'll phone you in a bit.
Great. Amazing.
That's awesome. I'm a lover of Prince Edward Island. I go out there every summer, and spend a lot of time out there. So I'm sure we have mutual friends in
We're
that
probably
area.
cousins.
Yeah. Right? Well, most of my family are from Newfoundland, but I think there's a couple PEIers. So yeah.
We swim in the same family.
Let's go to Chef Matthew. So let's see this food truck, Chef.
Yeah. First of all, I want to congratulate the other people on this chat, because it's nice to hear people who have success now. We more hear about people who are having a hard time right now in our industry. So it's refreshing to see success stories around us. So congratulations for that. So yeah, the food truck. First of all, maybe I'll tell you why we did this. Here, like we have a lot of subventions during the crisis, if I can say, and we thought like we cannot just use those subventions and put them in our bank and make this money wait for us. It was not a good idea. So we thought, how can this money make money for us? So we decided to invest in a food truck because we actually own 2 restaurants, and one for the takeout and delivery was working very well, and the other one was very calm, and it was almost not profitable to keep it open. So we tried to find a way to do something else, because also our restaurants are only 10 minutes apart. So we have like the same people ordering in only one restaurant. So we had the idea to do a food truck. We did it. It took almost a year to have it done. We started at the beginning of the COVID. and we have it now. We've been having it now for I think 3 months, almost 3 months, maybe 4, more 3 months, and we're very happy. Actually, it's more well equipped than our restaurant. So we use the government's money to make a food truck and make it profitable, so we can manage to give them back this money in 2 years when they'll ask for it back. So that's what we did, and I'm not the only one who's responsible for this success. We're a team of 3 partners, and there's one who's really good at managing money. He used to work in banks before owning a restaurant, so that's very good for us. And my other partner is very good for marketing and bringing new ideas. And I'm the one who's gonna put them in action afterwards and cook the food, you know. So that's what we did. I'll show you around. So it's 24 feet long. It's a pretty big food truck. I hope you can see well. And it's equipped just like a restaurant. We have a big fryer. We have everything we need. We have like 4 fridge. We have the combi oven, because we plug the water, the electricity, the gas into it, just like a real restaurant, basically, because our town really supported us and gave us the opportunity to stay in one spot for 1 year. So that's very easy for us. We just park the truck there and operate like if it was a takeout restaurant, basically. I'll show you outside. I think it's raining here. Well, it stopped raining just as I'm about to go. We're lucky.
He's lucky.
I'll show you this.
Don't lock yourself out, Mathieu.
Yeah. So this is the
perfect.
So we basically write the menu right onto it, and people come, and we're very lucky. Like on Sundays, we have big lineups that go out even into far from the car, and we can serve about 300 people in one day just for lunch. So we have a very good team also. The cooks are like super happy to work, obviously. And working in a brand new food truck is very exciting. Like when we called them back and said, "Hey guys, now we have work for you," and guess what it is? You'll never believe it. It was a big surprise for them because we didn't talk about it. And when we showed them this, they were so excited to work. So it's kind of hard because the prep has to be done always in advance because we don't have a lot of space to prep. For serving 300 people a day, obviously, which we don't even do in our restaurant. So we have to prep for the whole week, the Monday and Tuesday, and then the whole weekend we have to make sure everything is ready, and we just have to cook it on the spot. And yeah, it's working very well. We also have companies who hired us for private events outside, which is legal now because they respect station measures and stuff. So yeah, it was a very good idea. It's a big investment, obviously, it's in the 6 digits, but we believe it's like a new restaurant basically, and we make more people than we would do in our restaurant right now.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
But Mathieu, you're being too humble because Mathieu has actually been doing several of the things during the pandemic. When it hit, they already started by doing the same dishes than from the restaurant, and they went to the stores, the closest stores. And I believe, Mathieu, you're still now at the Metro stores. So you can get all the dishes from the restaurant in the supermarket that is in the same town. So they started by doing retail recipes, retail products, ready to heat or ready to cook at home.
It was all ready to eat. Like you just had to put them in the microwave or in the oven because the plastic container we use can go in the oven. So very easy for people, and it's like pretty high quality stuff. We didn't use any powder for the sauce or whatever. I basically did the same food I was doing in the restaurant, chopping the price a lot. and just hoping people will buy it. And now it's working very well. We started in one grocery store. Now we're in 6, and in 1 month we'll be in 14 grocery stores because we're building a prep kitchen for that. Yeah, that's also another thing. Honestly, like without the team we have right now, we could never do this because it's very easy to have the ideas. Everyone can have ideas and put them on paper, but then put them into work and doing them, it's another thing. And the whole team has to follow us for this.
Yeah, you guys achieved quite a few. They started the retail line in the stores, bought the food truck so that you can bring food to the people. You don't wait for them to come and take out. They also, I think you recently bought a bakery store and a plant, a provincial plant, so you can transform everything. And this risk that now that you've diversified will continue being prepared in a provincial establishment.
Yeah, exactly. It's like we found a spot to do this prep kitchen, but it was too big, so we decided to chop the place in half. And one part is gonna be the prep kitchen for this, and the other part is gonna be a bakery and pastry. So big projects right now. And I've never opened a pastry shop ever. Like I'm not a pastry chef. I know pastry well, I think, and my pastry chef that's working for us is very young and talented. So it's a big challenge for all of us actually, and we're not gonna have like a pastry chef that's 30 years of experience. So we're all young. We hired very motivated young pastry chefs, and we're gonna all learn into this together. So. And like we're gonna be honest to the client, they're gonna know that it's our team who opened a pastry shop and a bakery to learn how to do it, and we're gonna do a lot of tests into this. If people like it, they like it. If they don't, we'll manage to change the recipes and learn more about this. But we're pretty confident for the opening. It's in like 3 weeks, I guess. So our first pastry menu is it's ready, and I think it's gonna be a big success also. I hope so.
That's awesome. So Tomas, I just want to bring up here, just because Matthew and Charlotte, and we have the next group on here in a second. I just want to, you guys, unbelievable to see how you change. I'm not going to use the P word today, Kim, but there I did. Anyways, but I do want to just share with you guys. Obviously, Cisco, we're very proud of our customers, but to hear people in the industry changing and adapting and moving forward, not only I get goosebumps all over, but you inspire others to do this. And I just can't thank you enough for doing what you're doing, to be the first to try things or to take that risk or take those chances out there. It means huge to the industry. Like, it really does. And just can't thank you enough for being on the show, sharing your stories of what you're doing. It really does. And we have people today watching all the way. I think we had I'm not going to say the word. We have people from the US. We have people all over Canada watching today. And I hope these stories inspire others to do and not just sit back. And we're not an industry to sit back either and wait. And especially seeing what you guys have done is just unbelievable. I'm just blown away by it. So
I think
anyways, in bakery, it's a no-brainer. That's awesome.
I think when you had mentioned, Matthew, when you congratulated everyone, I truly believe that this has happened for us as an industry, not to us. So we're not victims necessarily in this. This has given us a platform to pivot and recreate, and I use the P word, and recreate and reinvent, but it's also given so many people an opportunity to look into something new. Like, I wouldn't be sitting here as a co-host of this Cisco Food Show. I would be down the road running my butt off at my venue. So it's given so many of us an opportunity to try something new and put all of those fun ideas to fruition. So it very much has been, in so many ways, has been a gift to us as an industry on a whole.
It really has. I agree, Kim. Absolutely. You're bang on. All these things, I wouldn't have met you. I wouldn't have been able to do this show and stuff
right?
like that. reach the
But wait,
thousands.
you haven't heard the story from Russian Food Lab?
I know. I was gonna say
I
you gotta
know.
bring Rock
I'm
Rock to
waiting
Bridget's kitchen.
patiently.
I'm gonna get text from Bridget here soon. So
Oh
we're
yeah,
gonna bring
these
it
guys
back.
have an incredible story. We don't recognize you all guys with the mask, but we can see Wes, Jeff, and Chris. Hey guys.
Hey guys.
Tell us a bit about your story, because you have so many things that you've done recently.
Yeah, of course. Let's start with introducing ourselves. I'm Jeff, one of the founders of Ration Food Lab. I'm Wes. I'm Chris. And yeah, we'd love to share our story about how we've had to change our business model in order to adapt with the ever-changing landscape of COVID-19. So from the beginning, I started off with the Ration brand as doing pop-ups with Mother Cocktail Bar, which is a fermentation-based cocktail bar here in Toronto. And we're working together on different things, different meals based around the concept of preservation, fermentation, pickling, all that kind of stuff. In March, we actually had something lined up where we had to get canceled because of the lockdown. And a lot of people think when it comes to preservation, it's indefinite. You have this really long time frame where you use a product, which is true in most cases. But as with fermentation, you do have a little bit of a smaller window in order to get the proper profile out of what you're trying to create. So we had to really think fast and move into a space where we could use these ingredients before they spoiled, and we found a home in retail. So with their help, we created a platform called the Pantry Box, which was a direct-to-home or direct-to-consumer grocery line, where we turned their entire dining room into basically a walk-in fridge, and we were packing grocery boxes for those who didn't feel comfortable wandering out into the world at that first stage of the pandemic. So it was really helping out our community. We were able to take a load off a lot of suppliers who didn't have restaurants to serve a lot of those ingredients to. And we also helped a few other restaurants do the same thing so that they could maximize some of their resources and use some of the things that they were working on as well. So they weren't losing out on all of that money. So very shortly after that, we moved on to online e-commerce through rationfoodlab.com. And as that side of the business took off and started to grow, we found we decided it should be about time to look for a new space, more permanent home for Ration Food Lab. Yeah.
So from that point forward, I've been working with Jeff for a little while, and we had seen how we were kind of pivoting our own separate businesses during this time. We had believed in the product quite a lot more, the pickles and the taste and the feedback from the community. The difference for us was we decided to start a completely brand new venture and look for a restaurant space that we could turn around and have a couple different business models, from a retail shop, a bottle shop, a cafe, kind of ghost virtual restaurants, until fine dining kind of was able to get back on its feet, till sit-in was able to get back on its feet. Luckily for us, the Ontario government, they provided, over the course of the year, we were able to kind of understand how the different kind of policies affected businesses, from, say, for example, the importance of outdoor spaces. We saw last summer, for instance, there was lots of opportunity in outdoor patios. So one of the requirements for this new space that we're looking for would have to have like a large sort of outdoor dining area. Would have to have multi-level sort of spaces so we could keep groups socially distanced and safe. Large multi-floor kitchens so we could have different teams coming in and out. Accessibility for drivers and delivery people to feel like they had convenient access and safe access to get in and out of things. And that's where we found ourselves at the Beverly Hotel in downtown Toronto. We saved up all our pennies and made a great offer on the place. And of course, with the assistance of the landlord and all the funding that we could scrounge up, decided to set our hearts on the space and go to work and get all of the concepts that we had put together and get going. And Wes will talk a little bit more about the concepts.
Yeah, so we just signed a lease at the Beverly Hotel this January after lots of planning, and we decided to create sort of an incubator, or we like to call them cloud kitchens. So what I mean by cloud kitchens is we're currently running 3 separate virtual restaurants on Uber Eats, DoorDash, Skip the Dishes, and Ritual. We first created Ration Burger. Ration Burger takes all of our pickles, jams, sauces, and puts them to use on our menu. So we created hipster ketchup using black garlic and miso tomatoes. We've got our own smoked ballpark mustard. You can buy these products on Uber Eats, DoorDash, Skip the Dishes, as well as our burgers, fries, poutines. Sort of knocked it out of the park with Ration Burger, and 3 weeks in, decided to launch Beverly Pasta Company. So it's gnocchis and house-made pastas, and sort of a growing following for each of these restaurants in their own regard. And lastly, we launched Chick Magnet, fried chicken sandwiches and fried chicken. Sort of, we're fine dining chefs, but we've decided to make what people want. And we're playing the SEO game by having a few separate restaurants running out of here, and 14 tablets, I might add, to operate all of these guys. The mothership. But we're trying to maximize in every way possible. We have bakers in here overnight. Letterbox Donuts has set up our dining room as a baking station. So we close the kitchen at 2 a.m. They come in at 5 a.m. and they're here decorating well into the day. We open our coffee shop, Strange Love Coffee, at 9 a.m. So it's long days. We're open 12 to 14 hours a day. And with the cafe, even during the gray lockdown zone, people are still allowed to come in and get a coffee, which by that matter, they can also browse our retail section, our bottle shop. Sort of gives us an opportunity to have a business model for gray zone, red zone, orange zone, yellow zone, and finally the green zone. So we like to think of ourselves as a bit of an incubator, but we've got our bases covered as far as ways to profit and generate revenue during the shutdowns.
Wow.
Good
that
for
is
you. Wow.
incredible. Eh? So first of all, okay, our shows are cool because you got to bring the pickles up to the camera. I got to see those.
And I'm sitting here, I'm like, I want to know all the
I know,
jars.
but bring those up. Here we go. Bring closer, closer,
Nice.
closer. Good. Oh, the jam. Look at that, eh? Oh, there we go.
And I noticed the donuts that they made. Awesome.
Yeah, we've got some of our smoked mustard and bacon jams and.
Oh my God.
Very. You know what? This is exactly why I love this industry, because we're not stuck in a box. We're outside of the box people, and the 3 different groups of you 3 and Charlotte and Matthew, you guys have exemplified exactly what the juiciness of this industry is, and I love it so much. So
isn't that awesome? It's just awesome.
Yeah.
Unbelievable the energy you guys are going to bring to the industry and to others and just yourselves, and to see all these ideas is just, isn't it awesome, Kim? It's just awesome.
It's funny when I was thinking about how we've always been such an unpredictable industry. So we know there might be 20 people coming in for dinner. We have no clue what they're going to eat. And we are able to adjust on the fly. And I think we've all prided ourselves in that ability that to us is just a day's work. Like, I'm just working the line. What do you mean you, like, people in other industries don't do that? So to take it from that inside that small little kitchen and expand it into this massive, the versatility is absolutely incredible. I commend all of you for how you're going about this and not being stuck in that box and following the norm or whatever. So good for you guys.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Yeah.
So cool.
If we have one more second, we could show you guys a bit of the control station here.
Okay, we got half a second.
14 tablets.
We got half a second.
Yeah.
Half a second.
There you go. Half a second. And we have to run to our next guest.
Absolutely.
He's itching with his bookshelf.
But this is the
Oh my
the
gosh.
lineup here.
Hey, Case, keep it there. I gotta take a picture. This way,
Yeah,
go back,
absolutely.
go back, go back. Give me a second here. No way.
Wow.
Look at that.
The
That's
new
the command
reality.
center.
And
Can
then
you do it one more time?
just
Can you just go back
try-
to it one more
try to-
time?
one more time.
One more time. Sorry. I'm slow with my phone. Look at
No
that.
worries.
Okay, I got it.
Oh my
Crazy.
And then just a bit of the retail here.
Oh, beautiful.
That's awesome. Wow. Great stuff. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the tour.
Absolutely.
I love that. That is one major station.
Now I want some lobster and butter, and then I want some pickles to put on it. Yeah, now I'm hungry. Now, well, it's lunchtime in Ontario, so
I was gonna say you guys are getting hungry. Eh?
yeah.
Awesome. Well,
And
thanks
Charlotte
again.
and Matthew, it sounds like you guys are doing some really amazing stuff. I can't wait to try.
Yeah. There's like potential partnerships happening near the retail store. There you go. Get some Scout canning
Absolutely.
going. Take out meals. Yep. Love
Awesome. Well, we got to run to our next guest. But thank you again, Charlotte, Matthew, the Rash Food Lab. You guys are amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all this, Tomas. Great seeing you again. We'll be back. We have a big wait till you see the next show at Tomas. That's going to be up. Kim, it's
Can't wait. I just stayed.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
staying the whole time now, Tomas. I'm just staying. So thank you all so
With
much.
pleasure. And thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome. We'll see you later.
Ooh, we're not even going to commercial.
We're not going to go to commercial because Matt he'll grill me if I run a commercial here.
Oh,
Oh no, I'm good. I'm good.
Did you see that?
I did. I'm actually happy that you were able to go over to those guys and see their stuff. That was amazing.
That was
super
pretty
cool. And it has so much potential for so many things. Like you guys can list scout cans in for Cisco, and there's that ripple again. That's why I love this industry. Ripple effect.
So, Matt, you have not met Kim. Kim, this is
Yeah.
Matt, one of our directors of business
Hello,
resources.
Matt.
Hey,
Northern
how are you?
Ontario.
So you guys had a long day yesterday, I saw,
Yeah.
and in for a long few more days. So
Yeah.
you get me twice today, which is always a treat, I think.
Which is funny
So, Matt,
because
what were you
it didn't seem that long.
Let's
One
actually,
second.
It didn't seem that long yesterday.
Good answer. I
Yeah.
was going to say, so Matt, what are we talking about today with you?
Yeah.
This is the difference.
well, the first session that we're going to do today, I think I'm back on at 2:30, but today, this session, we are going to be focusing on utilizing data to support successful virtual concepts.
Cool.
So I know that yesterday, my colleague in the prairies, he did talk about data essentials and some of the data. So a few of the slides you might see as fairly similar, but the direction that we're going to go today is completely different, just on that virtual ghost concept side.
Cool.
Mm.
That's awesome. Well, these are huge, right? Like they're everywhere now. Ghost kitchens and virtual kitchens. And
They are, and you know what? The actual company Ghost Kitchens, I saw an article last week. I think that they just opened up their 19th location, and they've partnered up with Walmart Canada to open up ghost kitchens inside of Walmarts. So, you know, what's disconcerting for, and I don't mind saying the P word. I kind of laughed when you guys were joking about it, but you know what's very difficult for some of our operators to understand is these are your competition now. You know, for many years it was the operator down the street. It was the national chains. A few years ago, we really started talking about home meal replacement with customers because the Loblaws, the Costcos of the world, they invested huge money into competing with restaurants for that home meal replacement. And now to see ghost kitchens going into places like Walmart, There was a stat, I think it was in the US, there is a Walmart within 20 miles of every American.
Whew.
It's pretty crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, Matt. Well, you got the floor. You got the controls there.
I think you have the controls.
No, I think you got. Do you want them? At the very bottom there, it says share screen.
Oh, God love you. Hold on 1 second then.
That is not a green screen behind him either, Kim.
I was going to say, we're having a hard time getting this done. Can you imagine using the 11 tablets that the guys before had?
Oh my goodness. Could you imagine?
Did you see that? I took a picture of that. That was incredible.
That was crazy.
Give me a few minutes.
That's all right. We'll film, Matt. Take your time. So I'm excited for their pickles and to try their other stuff. And yeah, I'm going to, I follow most of them on social media. So it's exciting to see what they're doing. And
sorry, I think did I Melissa, sorry. I thought it was Matt. Let Matt play.
Oh, it's okay. Give me 1 second here.
Okay, sorry. I saw that. There we go.
You know what? For everybody joining, God, when we do this for real, it's going to be awesome.
I don't think we have any ghost kitchens in London. We have a couple pop-ups that have started, but nothing.
Ghost chat?
People start to look for them in that.
It'd be a great market to have one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so do you see my screen there, Jay, on your end?
There you go, bud.
There we are. Perfect. Yeah, you know what? Actually, Kim, I'm not a big third-party delivery person.
Yeah.
I know that, although I try to pretend I'm a millennial, I'm not.
Yeah.
So we had a Cisco function where at lunchtime we were asked to order from one of our local customers via Uber.
Yeah.
And so it was one of my first times on Uber Eats, although we talk about Uber Eats all the time, or Skip the Dishes or any of the other third party. And so I was looking up locations near me. Now, I've lived in this area of Ottawa for 24 years, and I saw this one restaurant advertised on Uber Eats called Chicken Chicken. And I'm like, it has to be within 5 kilometers of me.
Yeah.
And I have no clue where this place is. So I actually go on, I look up their address, and it was a ghost kitchen concept of pizza.
Ah.
So there you have it. They have a kitchen, and this is really what we're going to be talking about today. You have a kitchen. Why not have another concept?
Yeah.
There's another restaurant group here in Ottawa. They've expanded down into Southern Ontario, and they have 3 concepts. So whenever they open up a location, they're really opening up 3 restaurants every time they open up one of these small footprint locations that they have. And our customers really need to understand that that's happening in their own backyard. So if you don't have a virtual setup right now, it's something that you need to look at because people are doubling, if not tripling. And we just saw with Raffle, that bank of tablets was overwhelming. You got to have somebody pretty slick to operate those. But all right, so let's get into this presentation here. And really, when we talk about ghost and virtual, I'm not going to read all this, but ghost is really, there is no brick and mortar. There's no traditional physical restaurant. And then virtual, when we hear that, it is a restaurant that happens to have space in a kitchen and a tablet, and away you go. And that's really how simple it is to open up a second concept. Mm-hmm. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to look at some of the Data Essential reporting. We're going to look at it differently than Greg did yesterday, and how that can help with different concepts.
Cool.
So these are sessions that we have with customers quite often. We talk about different concepts that are out there: Smoky Bones, Wow Bao, Fat Brands, Earl Enterprises has theirs, and then I put Ghost Kitchens down there as well. What's really, really important is that you have the Gen Zs, you have the millennials. then the Gen X, the Gen Z and millennials, they're all in. They love the ghost kitchens. They love those concepts. They love third-party delivery. I have friends that have third-party delivery 3 times a week, which blows my mind.
Yeah.
Just because I do a lot of cooking at home, and then we'll order in maybe once a week. But yeah, 3 times a week from a third party is pretty incredible. Great support for restaurants. And now we're actually seeing that it's really being accepted from that 35 plus. So really that Gen X or Gen Z.
Mm-hmm.
But Gen X,
Yeah.
whatever went on.
35 plus works for me.
Yeah. Whatever.
I don't even know what generation I'm in. I'm in like Q or something. I have no clue.
Yeah. And so when we look at that, we really got to say, okay, so have we fully exhausted those opportunities? Have we really dove into that third-party delivery? I'm a big proponent of don't put your eggs in one basket. Look at Ration and look at that deck of tablets. They clearly haven't just put their eggs in one basket with whether it be an Uber Eats or Skip the Dishes or DoorDash. They're saying we're going to be on everything, right?
Yeah.
We're going to get our names out. We're going to get our brands out, and that's incredibly important when you go down this road.
Mm-hmm. I have a friend of mine in the East Coast in Dartmouth, Halifax, who has that dual concept spaces that he puts in, and he just took the extra funds and created his own Uber Eats or his own delivery company.
Yeah,
to avoid all the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, in Ottawa, actually, so obviously Ottawa proper, we have all the delivery groups, but then when you go up the Ottawa Valley, there's a company that started up called Valley Eats, and they really service the areas where the Ubers, the Skip, the DoorDash, Grubhubs, they're not in.
Yeah.
Right. So they're hitting all these small communities and actually helping out restaurants that traditionally didn't have delivery options available.
Yeah.
They all of a sudden have delivery options available.
Very cool.
Yeah, really cool. So, Kim, you probably saw this, something like this slide yesterday.
Yeah, love it.
As I was going through your presentations yesterday that you had with Jay, I saw this and I was like, okay, so you're going to see it again.
Yeah.
But, but what I really focus on is when we look at the generational area. So in talking with customers, when you're making some suggestions to customers about different concepts, we really have to look at generationally what is around you. So here is an address in Ottawa, kind of center downtown Ottawa, in around there, and we look at almost 50%, so 48.6% of their population around them. Again, 5 kilometers. And the reason why we use 5 kilometers is that's typically your Uber Eats and DoorDash and all that. That's kind of where they're going to be pooling from. So 48% of their target is in that Gen Z millennial. Right? Those are those huge adopters onto this.
Yeah.
Right? Whether it says Matt's Bar and Grill or Kim's Cafe and they've never actually seen it, they're all in. They love trying new stuff. They love options. So that's really, really important. Now, the earlier slide, we also said that 13% in this case are also adopting and accepting of it, right? That Gen X, right? So now 60% of your clientele are fully adopting third-party and virtual kitchens.
Wow.
Where we will talk later is on the boomer side. So if you look at that at 28.4%, you would never ever want to give away 28% of your potential business. Mm-hmm. So what we would do is we would definitely coach our customers around understanding different advertising areas. So your Gen Z, Millennial, Gen X, more towards that Instagram side, where the 28.4% of the boomers would probably be best for Facebook advertising, right? But it's really important to have that data to be able to make the smart decisions, especially when you're going to be putting out money for advertising.
No kidding. Absolutely. That'd be incredibly valuable to have. And that's why I said yesterday how important a tool like that is for knowing who is in your area and what they're buying. And you can't ignore the fact of the millennials and the volume that they spend on money, and they don't bat an eyelash at it. I was saying yesterday, my one son has the people delivered to his high school. They get lunch delivered to the high school like daily.
Well, you know what? Thankfully, I have a 17-year-old daughter, and thankfully she's not into the Uber Eats or Skip the Dishes, because I'm pretty sure it's linked to my credit card somewhere.
Yeah, no kidding.
So I'm thrilled that she's not into it.
Yeah.
But I will say, in Ottawa, our Ottawa office, we had somebody a few years ago in our IT department, and his office was right near mine. And at one point, it was like midway through the day, he got up abruptly and then came back, and he had his Tim Hortons. And sure enough, he ordered it from one of these third-party deliveries. He ordered his Tim Hortons coffee and I guess a breakfast sandwich, whatever. Doesn't matter. What is crazy is that our office in Ottawa is about 175 meters away from that Tim Hortons.
Oh.
So there is power in understanding the demographics and where they look to spend their money.
Wow.
So when we're talking to customers about different concepts and grabbing the data, one of the great things that we've done is we've partnered up. We talked about Data Essential. This is the Firefly report from them. But we've also partnered up with other companies. So whether it be Restaurants Canada or Data Essential or even Technomic, our customers have access to this data through the business resource team. And more and more, we're actually, as we present data, we're seeing owners, general managers, chefs coming back to us saying, is there data on new summer trends? Is there data on this? What's coming? And yes, everybody sends out their top trends of 2021, or, every year we see them come out. However, to actually have the numbers behind and show the occurrence and throughout the years, let's just say it was avocado. Back in 2014, you would see avocado here, and then up. And you would see it on all the national chains menus. And so we really look at that data insight to really set some of our conversations on those trends and understanding that. So what you're seeing on the screen now is when we're looking at suggesting different concepts for operators, we grab is this going to be for you, which we saw on the previous page, huge adoption. Okay, so virtual concept for your area would be great because you have the clientele that wants that. But then we look at this, and this is the restaurant overview, still within that 5 kilometer radius. So what we've done is we've looked at their current menu, and then we look at underrepresented cuisines in their area. Now, the reason why we need to look at both is we could say that, let me just take a quick look. We could say that Korean is underrepresented more than Mexican is. Okay, but to do Korean, they would have to bring in this situation, they would have to bring in more ingredients that they don't currently have. That would not be advisable, especially, it wouldn't be advisable anytime, but during a pandemic, we would never suggest that somebody bring in extra ingredients, right? What we're trying to do is say, hey, look at what you currently have. Here's some underrepresented areas of restaurants, and why don't we build some concepts around that? So that's where we grab all that data and then take a look at what we can help them with. Another thing, before I actually go into some of the concepts, the good news is I think at 1 o'clock, Chef Marina's on.
Yeah. And
so she's our chef.
Yeah, she's talking about meal kits.
So she can wait. She can wait. So she will be getting into this, and this is just incredible. So this was menu trends from Technomic. So again, the first set was from Data Essential. This is from Technomic. And when you look at ready to eat group meals and meal kits 41% of consumers report that they will use family meal bundles longer than 6 months after dine-in service resumes.
Yep.
Incredibly important for when you're planning, and Chef Marina will actually talk about that and some of her ideas. Okay, so we grabbed a whole bunch of data. Now what do we do with it? Now we go into different concepts. So what my team did is in that situation, we presented to the customer 3 different concepts, and they were all layered into the amount of work that goes into them. So the first concept was really the comfort food. We know the area, we know what's around there, and especially in the winter, chip trucks for the most part aren't open. Poutine's always big, literally using no extra ingredients on what they have in-house. Very easy to execute. So my marketing manager, Amy, she came up with the logo. Then we put it on, what would it look like on Uber Eats? So we grabbed a page and just redid it. Then we have McGinty's Barbecue, because that was underserved and they have ingredients on the menu. And then Two Amigos Mexican on Preston. So these are the concepts presented. Here's another one that we had presented to another customer. And again, Amy does up the logo. These customers have access to these logos. These are theirs now. We put it on to what it looks like from Uber Eats. This customer was a pub, or sorry, they still are a pub. They weren't looking at a different concept. They just wanted to have a house to, or have an avenue to start testing some new things. Mm-hmm. So the main menu is the Holy Grail. Yep. But instead of always relying on LTOs and specials and stuff like that, what if we had a virtual concept just to test ideas?
Very cool.
Right. So they went this route, and I love the logoing and stuff like that. The team did a really, really good job on this. I actually want to get into this first. So here we are. We go back to that Pat and Larry's, and literally it is full on chip truck. Very, very easy to do. Marina would go through. Now, obviously, we would clean this up for the web page, but this was for a presentation. So what Chef Marina did, she literally went down each item and broke it all out. This is almost your recipe card, you know, in a very raw state. There's this one here. There's minimal competition because we saw that from the data, but we can also add some new products and training, right? So very easy to do. It was all build your own, right? 1 protein, 2 sides, 2 proteins, 3 sides. Very simple on the kitchen. When it comes to and barbecue's all done ahead, right? You're not going to be doing pulled pork right now.
No.
Right. So the great thing is, for when you think about kitchen throttling and pressures at certain times of the shift, this menu was fantastic for that. A lot of the stuff is already done, ready to go, packaging. Out you go.
Awesome.
And then Two Amigos, a virtual taco joint where you can build your own. And it literally, again, high demand cuisine for takeout, but it also allows almost zero training for your staff, right? Okay. It's all build your own, and just add-ons and everything that they had, I believe. Let me just see. Maybe the roasted cauliflower they didn't have, but almost everything Marina grabbed from their current menu and then all repurposed everything.
Very cool.
And then there's some with the Garrison House. So we did an all-day breakfast menu for them. We did more of like a German beer house, and then different snacks and more of the sharing side.
Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome. I love it.
So that's how to use data to drive successful concepts. And I know that I started with 10 minutes behind, so I gave back. I gave back 7.
Nice.
Brought us back.
Well done.
Mr. Wilson, you're amazing. This is amazing information to help our customers. This is what makes us different. Again, why we're different. No one does this. And
no, and no one's putting it out there that they do it. If
No.
anybody is doing it, you don't have a clue. So the fact that you're here, Matt, having this conversation, putting it out there as a tool for people to use is the big difference.
Yeah, we, I will say, yes, Cisco's a very large company. However, the team and all the business resource teams across Canada, we're incredibly tight-knit. One of our old logos, I don't know why we got rid of it. Jay could tell you off camera. But the tagline was people helping people. And I love that tagline because at the end of the day, when you look at my marketing manager, Amy, and my chef, Marina, they put so much time and effort into researching our customers' businesses and just trying to help, right, in different areas. And so, yeah, it's incredibly rewarding to be able to work with them and work with our customers on a daily basis.
I might have to trademark my saying I said yesterday, serving people who serve the people. You're all my witnesses.
Love it.
See that on a Cisco shirt. I'm coming after royalties for it.
Oh
check
my God,
Swag Store, Cisco swagstore.ca.
Yeah, we'll get that on there. But Matt, thanks again for jumping on today and sharing these amazing stuff.
Oh, you know what? Thank you for having me, Chef Kim. Thank you for co-hosting Jay and keeping him in check because
no problem.
At Cisco, we know that we need that. I will let you guys go over to Chef Marina. Have a great time, and I will see you guys in an hour and a half.
Awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Matt. Pretty cool, eh, Kim?
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. I like it. I like that there's so many directions to go. Holy cow. And so many of those. I do have to say, I was telling a friend of mine that I used to work with yesterday about that I was doing this, and I had said that I was not a previous customer, and I really commend you guys, Cisco as a company, for answering all of solving the problem before it's become a problem. And I don't think enough people know that there's already a solution out there. So there's so many people that are stopping themselves from their growth because they don't want to, we as a human being right now are in such a space of being tired and exhausted, and we don't want to go on or try and reinvent so many things. So to know that there's already a solution out there adds a little bit of inspiration back into the pot for so many people, I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. So true. So true. Okay, here we go. Commercial. Okay. And then Chef Marina is going to be up.
Okay.
Chef, you ready in the green room? You there? Hanging out? She's got thumbs up. Awesome.
Are we commercialing?
Yeah, we're commercialing.
Okay.
We should run a long one here so we'll get a coffee.
Okay. Long commercial.
Ready? Long one commercial. This is a 2-minute one, Chef Marina. Here we go. Hey, Chef.
How you doing, Jay?
Good. Kim's missing right now.
Well, it wasn't that long, and I'm sure you guys breaks at some point.
We had to go get a coffee. So.
Yeah, the struggle is real,
right?
This is a marathon. This is a marathon.
Yeah, gotta pace yourselves. I get it.
So, Chef Marina, welcome to the show. We're happy you're on here. This is awesome. I'm excited to hear what you're going to share with us today. And
thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. Yeah, and
so I'm going to give you the floor. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, I kind of punked out, and I am really phoning in my demonstration because I ordered a meal kit for it. I sort of made it. But what I wanted to talk about with meal kits, and I think Matt, who was on before, was kind of talking about how people are having to pivot so much and figure out different ways to get this going. So I wanted to try meal kits because it's something I've seen some restaurants doing, and I think it's so clever because, you know what, they're having to compete with grocery stores. They're having to compete with the subscription boxes that you see. So this can be a really fun way to get your food out there, right? So what we have here is steak night for a date night. So I've got some beautiful steaks. Oh, hold on. Sorry. My camera guy is just not the best. We have cowboy butter sauce. Thank you.
Wow.
And creamed kale. Heat me and eat me. Salt crusted potatoes. So what I like to say whenever I'm speaking to our customers about, exploring new revenue streams or these meal kits in general, is to make sure you're still providing value. You're still kind of being a bit different. So I like there to be one raw component and then the rest to be pretty much heat and eat. It's kind of like when you would be working on a line, you wouldn't be making everything from scratch right off the bat. Mm-hmm. Having maybe a 10-minute pickup, and that's what you want to have in your house too. So we're gonna get this started. I should turn off the other burner. Have you all done any meal kits or anything like that since the pandemic? Any takeout orders that have been kind of fun? Little kits or anything like that?
I haven't. I've been cooking more than anything, which is funny because my kids said, Mom, like it took 14 years and a pandemic for you to finally cook for us. And I was like, yes, yes, it has.
You're not alone here. I started really strong and I was doing, like meal planning and like big batch cooking and big strategizing all. And now I'm ordering a lot more.
We have done that a couple times. I'm like, yeah, let's just, you know what, guys, it's really important we support all our local restaurants. So, and they're like, okay, no problem.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Oh no, we have to go support amazing local restaurants.
Yeah.
I guess we can fall on that sort. Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, this is a great way to do it. You know what? Some household budgets have changed right now. And if you still want to kind of treat yourself to a little something, a meal kit can be a great way because often the price points are a little bit lower. And for this one, for instance, was based off of using a date night, so it's 2 portions.
Yeah.
The sides are the same, so it can end up being a bit more cost effective for the restaurant, but also the customer, right? The guest.
I don't know why more places aren't doing something like this or like this for a family of 4 and have all the sides and everything ready to go. Or I said, if I were in a space, I would be doing a kids snack kit.
Yes.
Parents do not want to make snacks for their kids. Snacks are like the bane of existence.
Absolutely.
Someone make a box. I'm telling you, everyone who's listening right now, make a box of snacks, couple like muffins, couple granola bars, whatever. Sell that box.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, my kids are sick of goldfish crackers. I just at this point. But you just absolutely have time and you don't strategize for it, and being able to do something like that. How old are your kids?
Mine are 14, 13, and 11.
Oh yeah, so that's a hungry spread.
Oh, 2 teenage boys is like a full-time buffet in my house. But my 11-year-old, she only likes snacks, so she's not an entree kind of kid, and because the way her school's structured, they have shorter lunches, so she's like, Mom, I just need like 6 snacks to take, and I'm like,
just 6.
Yeah, just 6. I'm like,
tasting
okay,
menu.
how about a sleeve of crackers? Is that a snack? Yeah,
perfect. Yeah, no, I have carboholics for sure for a couple, and it's so funny because everybody asks me, oh, but you're a chef, you cook such beautiful food. Your kids must not be picky eaters at all. I'm like, no, they're still kids.
They're still kids, 100%. How old are yours?
I have a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old.
Oh yeah, so you got some time to go still. Yeah. They don't ever get out of that.
Okay. Yeah. Seriously.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
It doesn't. They certainly eat a lot more, but they're still just as picky. Yeah.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah.
Just started buying a subscription of now Goldfish crackers.
Yeah.
I'll find a restaurant that takes up your amazing idea. And
exactly.
So while I'm searing these steaks, I'm going to go ahead and just heat up these other items. So I've got creamed kale.
Yum.
Yeah.
I knew I was going to get hungry watching.
So I'm sorry. I'm fully just microwaving right now. I mean, there's nothing better than being able to microwave a little bit when you get done with work and you have an amazing meal.
Yeah. Even we as chefs don't want to cook when we get home. So
we're just like everybody else.
Yeah.
We just do knife cuts a bit faster. I think that's the biggest difference.
I totally agree.
Is cowboy butter dipping sauce. Now, I was making steak a little while ago, and I didn't have like any stock to make like a dummy or something like that. And so I just kind of Googled, hey, easy, quick steak sauces. And this cowboy butter sauce came up. Have you ever had it?
No, and I'm dying to know what cowboy butter sauce is.
So it's basically garlic butter with some herbs and like red chili flakes, Dijon, lemon zest.
Yum.
It's garlic butter. But what's just so great about it is that it's so simple. And, if you're having steak, you really need to be, saving calories on the sauce.
No, I completely, I encourage steak dumped in butter. Yeah.
Exactly. People know it's lobster.
Yeah, exactly. Why not? Why does it have to be limited just to seafood? Nah.
It doesn't. The change in norms here, Kim.
Totally. I'm totally getting this. So we can make maybe
in the oven.
Perfect.
And then I'll just kind of show you what else I've got here. So I have some salt crusted potatoes. So one thing that's kind of fun on this one is that you might see like, I think they are really beautiful. They get like almost like bloom like on grapes from them because of the salt crust.
Yeah.
But I had a picture of it during one of my sessions with a restaurant. They're like, why are you showing us Timbits?
Oh, yeah.
And now it's like all I can see, but they are really good.
They totally look like Timbits. That's funny.
That's what I thought.
Now it's all I can see, and it's just is what it is. But I'm gonna keep doing them because I like how they taste.
And now it makes a great story.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so you've got gotta heat up my potatoes. So as you
We're live, Kim. This is how it goes.
super simple.
I know, I love it.
I did prepare a couple steaks before because I wasn't sure if I would have time to properly rest and everything.
Oh yeah, the magic of
Getting a little bit exactly the magic of television right here.
Yep, I got
it. Yep. All right, and then we'll just go ahead and start doing this.
And I would totally have my bare feet too, Marina.
Oh my goodness.
That's exactly how I am in the kitchen at home doing things too.
Absolutely. Well, and it's very weird because I feel like I'm rocking the dress code mullet where I'm all like, business on top.
Oh yeah.
on bottom.
That's like a place of comfort and happiness, I feel. Yeah.
I yell at my husband if he wears shoes in the house, so I couldn't really break the rule just for that.
Right? I totally agree.
So something else that's really fun with meal kits is incorporating some alcoholic beverages. I don't know if you've ever partaken in that. It can be a really great way. You know,
what do you mean?
Hard right now. Restaurants aren't able to sell in the dining rooms. People will say, "Oh, I'll just grab something from my cellar, or my collection," whatever you want to call it. But what can be really great is if you add some tasting notes, if you try and pair it with the meal that you're doing, it can kind of make the night a bit more special. So, I've had people, they include their tasting notes for the meal you're having so that you know what you're drinking. We even had some where I saw like they had questions from like the newlywed game to encourage kind of fun conversation.
Fun.
There's just a lot of ways that restaurants are figuring out how to bring their dining room and their ambiance, their je ne sais quoi into the home. So it's
make an event of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. I mean, it can get a little Groundhog Day, as I think we experience. So mixing it up like this is really great.
Especially with the booze.
I like it.
It's pretty cool, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. I like the idea. Like, I think it's like, Jay, I think you might have dashed off for a snack when we were talking about how valuable these kits would be for anyone working or whatever, but also like someone creating the concept of snack kits.
Oh, yeah.
Like your kids going to school, you have a box with like 5 different varieties in it, and you just reach in, you got your homemade muffins, everything, pop it out. There you go.
Yeah, I agree. I have twin, soon-to-be teenagers here this year, and they both eat like crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like when they get home, it's like just stand out of their way.
Yeah. I took a picture in the beginning of the pandemic of what life in our household was like, and I had my chef's jacket on. And I had both my boys on their electronics. And then my daughter went through this phase of watching RuPaul's Drag Race and doing her makeup. And she is doing she's very talented, but she does crazy makeup. And that was my photo of what our pandemic was looking like. And then they all had a plate in their hands because it was just nonstop food.
That's so cool.
That's awesome.
It's nuts. Like our house has been so nuts this last year with food. Like we've done a lot of cooking, but a lot of third-party delivery. I won't lie, it's happening a lot.
Yeah,
it is.
Absolutely. Props to your daughter too for watching RuPaul's Drag Race. And tell her yes, queen, from me.
Yes, I will. She's getting a different education than most 11-year-olds for this, I'm sure.
No, I watch with my daughter too.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, it's a good time.
I think we've watched all of them so far. So
very nice, yeah. But that's what's so great about food is it brings people together. You do different things while you've been watching TV a bit more. I'm sure everybody has during this, but the meals are still kind of the constant. You got to eat 3 times a day.
Yeah,
everything like that. So a meal kit can make it special. So
yeah. Amy, one of our viewers, actually said that there are a lot of great ideas out there to add to the kits to support the experiences, which is super cool. That there's probably lots of ways of incorporating local things to these kits as well, and adding different, maybe a sauce that one of the other guys is making, or different things like that. It'd be super.
Yeah, we
cool.
actually, what also we heard, I think it was yesterday, Kim, was other people are incorporating other business things into it, right? Like it's to create that night of fun and different things, right? So
yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, it's everybody's pulling on the whole community right now, so it's so wonderful. In fact, the dessert I picked for this one is maple syrup, and I wanted to do that one because it's almost Sugar Shack season here. And, that was always something we would go do, is go try a couple different farms and
yes, I love
syrup,
it.
get some treats, make it a day, the whole.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we missed that last year because it was right when everything was getting hit. So, but still can enjoy some treats.
Totally. Because this is because maple syrup's such a Canadian thing for us as well. This is an opportunity for people to incorporate that local sugar bush and bring that as dessert to others. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I love that idea.
Yeah, no, it's really great. Well, and I just did a really nice like salted maple butterscotch caramel type feel, and and call it simple.
Yeah, I'll need that delivery to London, Ontario. I'll put my address in the chat.
Got it. Right in the chat.
Yeah, I'm in.
It's so simple. And it, also with these types of items, same with even like the cream kale, these big batch type recipes that you can do, and they have long shelf lives. So critical right now for restaurants to be able to explore those things, where you can either freeze it or just store it, in the fridge for a long time. You want to have that flexibility with shelf life.
Yeah, instead of thinking of it just in the means of individual plates, you really have to expand your thought process into go like the big batch and break it down that way. So
exactly. Yeah. No, I mean, they say keep it simple, smarty.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You want to do that. Don't make it harder for yourself. There's already so much going that's making it difficult right now. So there's a lot of great ways to get your food out there. And
love it. Those are great ideas. I hope there's more people that embrace the simplicity of doing those meal kits, because I know it's a huge demand out there for it. I get people that call and ask me on a regular basis. So on a side note, I'm going to open a ghost kitchen, find a ghost kitchen, and I'm going to do meal kits on my in all my spare time now. But and I'll bring Cisco in to help me do it all, of course. But it's such an easy concept. And I don't think that a lot of some people have just gone from serving the food into their regular scenario into just putting it in takeout containers. And they've kept the same template and the same price structure and everything. And I don't think they realize that not everyone can order takeout at like $20 a night per person. So you have to really shift and be able to shift those things.
Absolutely. No, it cuts down on the cost for sure. I mean, again, they've had to figure out what the new terrain is and how to address that and make sure that they're still staying fresh, staying with the competition, staying with the trends. And it doesn't mean they have to reinvent the wheel. They can look at their signature dishes. That's what I've seen a lot is, the ones that are perceived to not travel as well, like steak, or nachos or tacos or things like that, where there's just this perception that it either just cools down when traveling, or I don't want to spend, that $20 or $30 for a steak, that's a lot to take for a takeout just on a weekday.
Often, yeah.
And combine it with sides that kind of help the cost and figure all of that out, then it can be really cost effective and still really innovative.
Yeah.
You know what? One of the big things obviously is that we live in we were shifted a little bit, but it's coming back big time, is this experience economy. So we can create experiences for our customers, for our fans, for us in general. It is going to build your brand up as a restaurateur big time if you can create those experiences. And I'm glad you showed steaks, Chef, because I don't think steaks have got the attention in food service, in takeout, very hardly. It's always been, the burgers, the chicken fingers, the wings, those basic things. So it's great to see you showcasing steaks, and also the ability to do a meal kit where you cook it at home. I think is such a great thing to bring up there. It's a great product. And obviously the steaks you're going to get from a restaurant, because they're restaurant grade, are going to be different than you'd get in a retail setting. And
so true.
Very cool.
Very cool ideas. Lori, that's coming up, actually suggested you could also do a dine around. So she's in our private chat. You could do a dine around and get different courses from different places, which would be super fun as well. I love that idea.
Yes. So that's awesome. Love that.
That's a great idea.
Very
Yeah,
cool.
I remember there was one when I think maybe like April, they were doing takeout, but it was a multi-course type place.
Yeah.
And they did their tasting course, but you actually drove around the block.
Oh,
course.
No way.
So they would bring it to your car and then you drive around. Maybe a couple cars in front of you. It's a small spot, but they like to do their tasting menus, and so this was just kind of a little experience they could offer during this. And
yeah,
so all of that.
Love it. I love those stories that are being created around meals and that like those kits really they're not takeout, but they're not the amount of work of making them at home. So they're convenient, and you get to still be in the kitchen and creating something and doing it in a mindful way. And it makes easiness and convenience and deliciousness all wrapped up in one box. So yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
Very
awesome,
Chef.
Awesome.
Awesome, Chef. Thank you so much. Lori's itching there. She's ready to go.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for coming and being a part of today's show. We got to work on getting food delivered to our houses.
I know. Like this is the last thing I volunteer for. I'm not gonna die. Like Uber Eats showing up at my door, I'm out.
Like talking date is easy, but this is like watching the food and stuff.
I know. Because I can taste cowboy butter in my mouth right
now.
And I want to be eating it.
So everyone's going to be researching cowboy butter tonight.
Love it.
It's awesome. I actually think I have heard of it. Wait, because I'm in cowboy land, right? So I have heard of it. So pretty cool. But thanks again, Chef. All the best. We'll have you back soon. So what we're going to do, Kim, is we're going to do a quick break.
Okay.
We're back on track, I think.
Yeah.
So thank you, Chef, for doing that. And then Lori's in here. She's going to share with us some produce stuff, which is pretty cool.
Cool.
More of the Cisco difference. And I'm just going to kick so we can save some bandwidth here because we need all the bandwidth we can get. I did a whole bunch of boosting, so we are live like everywhere in Canada right now on our show, just so you know. Don't get confused with that number up there because I think we've got about 500 people that have tuned in already. More and more as that number keeps growing.
I don't see a number.
Okay, good, because I do, and it drives you crazy because it's not right.
Oh.
Anyways, we're going to break to a quick commercial, and then we're going to have Lori back and learn a little bit of produce.
Perfect. I'm going to go jam some food in my mouth quickly.
You're going to jam some food?
Yeah.
I'm going to order some food. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Hey, Lori. Welcome. Kim's coming. Oh, I got you on mute. Let me unmute you. There you go.
Hey, Jay.
I had you muted. Here's Kim.
Hi, Kim. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Lori. Nice to meet you, too.
Well, Lori, welcome. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Kim.
It's been about a year since I saw you.
Me?
Jay.
Oh, yeah. One of my last meals before the lockdown was actually with Lori in Winnipeg.
Yeah.
We had a phenomenal meal. It was phenomenal. It was amazing.
Yeah.
And then like 2 days later, the world shut down. Literally, I think it was like a day or two later.
Yeah. It was
the world shut down. But that was my last meal I believe, in a restaurant before, it became a plastic gauntlet when you go into them today. And the world shut down. It was, I was like literally flying. Well, it was that night we did the dinner, and then that night I think they announced closures and everything, and I flew home. So yes, Lori, it was the last. It's just been about a year, almost.
Yeah,
very close. Well, welcome to our show.
Thank
We're
you.
excited for you to talk a little bit about produce. Lori's one of our regional produce people for the Prairies region, and I just can't thank you enough, Lori, for taking the time today. Talk a little about what makes us different in the produce area. Share your experiences. Lori is a wealth of knowledge, and I'll turn it over to you, Lori.
Well, basically, to start, to put it in perspective, Cisco sells and distributes over $3.5 billion worth of produce. So that's a pretty astronomical figure. And our standards when it comes to how we source and how we spec our produce, our standards are actually higher and more stringent than the USDA or the CFIA standards. So lots of different things that we do differently than our competitors, as far as taking lengths for food safety. We were the first ones to put porta potties and hand washing stations in the fields. So that might seem like common sense, but it wasn't. And so, when you look at certain recalls, and of course, romaine is typically the biggest one, or green onions, removing that, health hazard from the fields is huge. And like I said, you might think it's common sense, but it wasn't.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and then also the fact that any of our vendors or suppliers have to have $1 million worth of liability insurance as far as our holds harmless agreement. So what that means for our restaurateurs and our end users is that in the event, if one of their customers gets sick or, perhaps breaks a tooth on something, then the liability is removed from the restaurateur, and it essentially becomes between the customer and the legal team of the suppliers. So that's what bridges and protects our customers who, of course, are the restaurateurs.
That's huge, Lori. That's huge, right?
Yeah.
Like, it is something that I think we've always been very proud to have. And it really sets us apart. And I think it also really protects our customers. It's big.
It is big. So, we know that, we might not be the least expensive in the marketplace, but we have all these systems in place to protect our customers. Mm-hmm. And so that's a story that we're really proud to share, that we are really trying to protect and insulate our customers from, these types of liabilities. Especially, considering we know that, foodborne illnesses affect millions of people every year.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, and it seems to be growing. Is that something, Lori, that we see more and more, or is it just because we hear more of it?
I think we hear more of it. It's been a while since we've had a recall on romaine, and I think it's
I'm knocking on wood.
Knocking on wood.
Yeah.
Yeah. But again, there's also different standards that have been put in place since the last one to prevent those things from happening. But we have the strongest recall in the industry when it comes to traceability. So our agreement with our packers. So say our lettuce coming off the field. That lettuce has to be refrigerated within 2 hours of it being picked. And then everything is temp trailed from the time that we receive it in our warehouse. And so everything has a Julian calendar date for traceability and recall. And we know that our recall is actually a more efficient recall than even the Canadian government's recall process as far as how quickly we're able to contact customers.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty cool when you think about it. And it is something that we're, like I said, again, we're proud of this. We're proud of the recalls and the comfort it gives our customers. Do you want to share some little more detail in that recall process, Lori? Just how's that all work?
Well, we have the bell tower. So what it means is that because everything is traceable and everything has a code or has a date or has a method of tracking. Unlike, if you were to go to the grocery store and, say pick up a case of romaine, it's not going to have that traceability. So if you're someone who is, picking up your own produce and, preparing it and selling it in your restaurant, superstore, or any of the other large grocery chains, they're not going to contact you in the event that lettuce has been recalled. It has been recalled because of an E. coli bacteria. So what that allows us to do then is that we have our customer database of everyone who would have purchased that particular product traced back to that code, and we contact all of those customers. So it's a very efficient process as far as, how we get that infected product removed so that, their end customers aren't going to run the risk of getting ill.
Mm-hmm.
So many questions.
Valuable. Yeah.
So many questions. Thank you.
Like I remember myself, it's interesting when I think about, again, sort of how we spec and source things. I had an opportunity to go down to Salinas a number of years ago to tour some of our fields. So, Driscoll's, for instance, packs our strawberries. So I remember, touring these fields first thing in the morning, and we pack our imperial strawberries before Driscoll's packs their own strawberries under their own brand. Yeah. And the same thing in touring the iceberg fields and the romaine fields. And you'd see the romaine or the heads of iceberg left behind. And you'd think, wow, I would love to be able to buy those at the grocery store if I could get that kind of quality. But those heads that were left behind essentially didn't meet our spec or our standard with respect to, wrapper leaves and weight and what have you. So it was kind of interesting to see, how stringent and how high our standards are as far as how we go to market.
So, Lori, can you share some of the weights? Like, what makes our lettuce different than everyone else's? And I hear this sometime, it's lettuce or it's romaine. What makes ours different when it comes to the weights of products?
Well, what the weight means is it equates to yield. So unlike a grocer who is looking to sell a head of romaine for $2.99, and that's what they're chasing, we market ours differently in that our case weight has to be, between, depending on the year, between 36 and 38 pounds. So what that means when you look at yield is that, you're getting so many more salads per case. Mm-hmm. So, say you're selling a Caesar salad, for $16 on your menu, and, you're getting 10 more. So our romaine lettuce, might be, say, $5 more than our competitor. But if you're getting 10 to 15 more salads out of that case based on $16 a salad, I mean, do the math.
That's a big difference.
So it is a big difference. Mm-hmm. So that's why we don't chase a weight, we don't chase a price per head. When we're sourcing and when we're speccing, it is based on yield and making sure that the customer is getting as much out of that box as they can without with minimal waste.
And we did a show. God, I don't remember when. It was like way back in the spring, I think last year, where we actually shot a show right from the fields, and to see the fields and to see what we do that's different, just within some, obviously the washrooms and things like that. But just the fact that we don't pick produce from the edge of the fields. Is that right, Lori?
That's correct. Yeah, because of the dust that kicked up from the road.
And that hurts the lettuce, I'm assuming, right?
Absolutely.
And dirty.
The other thing too is that certain times of the year when the lettuce isn't meeting our spec, it doesn't get packed in a Cisco box. It gets packed in a packer box. So there's times of the year where we might sell, the same lettuce that you're going to see in the grocery store, but that's simply because it didn't meet our spec and we didn't have the confidence to put our Cisco Natural or our Cisco name on that box.
And it takes a lot to get that logo in the box, right?
It sure does. Yeah, absolutely.
We just don't throw it on any box.
Yeah. But I love the fact that, we also employ the largest QA team in food service. So we actually have 18 full-time QA associates working in our fields, making sure, saying that, we're cutting off of this area of the field, sort of dictating as to where we're going to draw from that day. And that QA, translates into other categories where we'll have our QA people, in the manufacturers that deal with our bacon or our beef side by side with those manufacturers' employees to make sure that, this belly or whatever we're cutting meets Cisco spec. So we're the only ones that are doing that. That's why we are the leader in food service, globally.
And then do you also have like the processing part of things afterwards? So where that would come to, I know I would have never been a user of that until I got into large venues and things and then realized the convenience of that. And of course, the cost of minimum wage and labor in Ontario went through the roof. So it became more valuable and more cost effective for me to go the route of processing or kind of having things come in previously processed. So do you guys have a full section or catalog of those items as well?
Absolutely. Like we do have the the salad, like the iceberg combination with the shredded carrots. We've got the chopped romaine and that. And you bring up a really good point, Kim, because I know that in my previous role when I was a culinary specialist, and we look after Northwestern Ontario, and when minimum wage went to 14, owner operators were panicking about how they can manage that huge overhead of labor. And so that's where these convenience products come in, because there is no waste. It is 100% yield. It allows you to better food cost for the items on your menu. And we know that you've got Johnny and Mary working in the kitchen, and Johnny cuts the romaine this way and Mary cuts the romaine this way. And so there's inconsistencies in labor. And so that's where these value added items are huge in allowing you to better control your food costs.
Totally.
So,
mine was diced tomatoes. So the diced tomatoes that someone at the factory or the plant was dicing literally the night before had showed up at my door, and I could take those tomatoes, I turned them into nacho toppings, I turned them into bruschetta toppings. I could take that one and make it into 3 or 4 different things, versus this person, okay, time to do the tomatoes now. Okay, time to, and then the zero waste. So having those opportunities for things was a game changer in so many aspects of the food service that I've done.
Absolutely. And, it's sort of the same thing like we talked to as far as our ultra pure juices. So we have our ultra pure lemon juice and our ultra pure lime juice, and they're just lightly pasteurized. So it is essentially, again, 100% yield. It's pure juice. It's not like an absorbic acid product that's shelf stable that, can sit around, into the next millennium. And so again, it allows you to have that 100% yield and properly cost out your menu.
Versus having everybody trying to squeeze the lemons. And then you got the one guy who doesn't squeeze them enough. And then you got another one. I used to have a chef who was adamant about you had to put the end of your tongs in and like grind the inside of the lemon to get every last drop of lemon out of those lemons. And then there was a brown one. And so, yeah, I can see how that would be very beneficial to have.
And it's trying to, you know, sort of drive home that message, because for some, you know, we do know that some of our customers, you know, kind of grew up in the restaurant industry. And so they, you know, they might not have access to, you know, some of the templates that some of the chain multi-units, you know, come with, as far as, you know, properly costing your menu and, you know, inventory and such. So for some operators, it's trying to get them beyond that, you know, maybe that initial sticker shock of it. And when you break it down, it is certainly, you know, cheaper per ounce, you know, when you don't, you know, when you factor in that labor component.
Absolutely.
And again, especially like you were saying in Ontario, I don't think you guys have gone up to $15 an hour yet, have you?
No, I think we're tiptoeing in that direction. So, and that, I totally get the thought of the sticker shock, because I was on that side of the fence. And then also in the, being the wanting to be the supporter of local and the purist in that. But for doing the volume and doing the consistency, at one point, those two have to outweigh the sticker shock for you. And then once you break it down, and I promise I have broke down every number possible in over the years, and it always ends up being more valuable, because then I can use that staff to do something different. I can use them. I can have myself doing something different versus peeling a whole bag of carrots to cut up, like going from weddings to different events and back-to-back events with different menus that we would be running at a time was very easy to pull out those bags of pre-made things and just made it a lot more efficient, so we could actually take a higher volume of events, because we did have the versatility of not having staff stand around slicing or peeling or whatever for days on end. Yeah. So I get it.
Yeah. It's the same thing, you know, with our alfresco, you know, fruit salad, which again is, it doesn't have the preservatives that some of the fruit that you see in the grocery stores has. And, you know, so again, when you look at breaking down, you know, pineapples, oranges, you know, melons, not everybody is a machine and, you know, can take that peel off the way that a vendor would. So, you know, your yields are better. And again, you know that this pail, you know, yields this many servings. And again, it just goes back to being able to properly cost your menu.
Yeah. And there's so many places where you've had to, you have to pay for your waste pickup or pay for your compost pickup. And that volume of, oh God, I remember like whole large green bins full of fruit peelings. And that was an entire pickup just for itself. So even go one step further and cost those factors into it as well. And then all of a sudden it looks like a very on par. That sticker shock doesn't look so shocking after.
Yeah. And I liked what you said about local. Like, I appreciate the wanting to, you know, support local, but, you know, I know also being a prairie girl that, you know, really the only local thing right now is the root vegetables in storage. So the reality is that, you know, we do go down to the US, you know, every 3 or 4 days to bring it up. But there's also a fabulous, you know, greenhouse inspired greens here in Alberta that is growing, you know, beautiful lettuce year round. And so, you know, we do try to source local whenever we can, but obviously, you know, where we live, it's not feasible. It's not always feasible.
Yeah.
And we do the best we can. Lori, I have a question for you in this sense. What's a spring look like right now for produce as we move forward here? And some places are, opening back up. Some restrictions are being lifted. What's it look like for produce for restaurateurs this spring and maybe even into the summer?
Well, again, you know, because we've seen some pretty historic weather this year, especially, you know, with what's just happened in Texas with the snowstorms. I mean, you know, it's not bad enough that it's been an unprecedented year because of a pandemic, but there's also been some crazy weather events, which has affected. And, you know, coming up from, you know, Mexico, the reality is that, you know, you've got to go through Texas. So what we try to do is, because there is sort of anomalies, and thankfully this year, you know, we've been, touch wood, you know, we haven't really had delays and issues, you know, with trucks getting hung up across the prairies with weather systems. But, you know, we try to encourage owner operators to say things like seasonal, so that they're able to take advantage of whatever is in season for the best quality and the best price, and not being handcuffed to things that, you know, we are having to source from other countries where, you know, things can change and get affected. So, you know, at this point, that's sort of what we've been kind of working with MAs as far as trying to coach their customers. But, you know, as far as seasonality goes, like, we know that we're winding up our growing season in Yuma and then moving to Huron and then eventually back to Salinas. But depending on, you know, how fast it's going to wrap up in Yuma and how sort of ahead of the game we are in these other growing regions, and also weather playing a part of it, you know, we know that we could end up with a little bit of a gap. So, you know, I mean, it's kind of hard to steer people away. You know, people love their salads. You know, but throughout the winter, I've been kind of, you know, drawing from my culinary and trying to encourage, you know, more sort of compound salads with, you know, legumes and grains and using, and using those little bits of vegetables as flavorings or accents of colors versus it being more center of the plate. Just because because of weather, it can be kind of unpredictable.
Yeah, and it seems like the weather is unpredictable every day to a degree, right? And it's just so hard to predict it.
In our conversation, I had a snowstorm, and now I have the sun, and it's literally been 10. At one point, I was like, "What is happening out there?" It just like was full on white out, and now the sun's like beaming. So
I know. I always laugh at the long range weather forecast. Like, what is that? Long range to me is like 5 minutes from now, because blink and it'll change.
That is awesome. Well, Lori, you know, we appreciate your time today and all your advice and ideas. And this was another, I always like using the line as a Cisco difference. This is what makes us difference, is people like Lori, the expertise that knows these categories inside and out. This is what's so awesome about our company and with the great things that we do. So thank you so much for taking the time today, Lori. I know you're busy.
Thanks for having me.
On our show
thank
today.
you. It was nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you too, Kim. Appreciate your time.
Much for help. Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
Okay, have a great day, you too.
You too. So great stuff.
Right?
Produce.
Absolutely.
It's tough.
You know what?
It's a tough gig.
Totally. And I never would have thought that I would have bought into the processed vegetables and things like that before. And then it got to be a part of my reality where I couldn't not embrace it, and it just made life so easy and made things so manageable.
I'm so glad you bring that up, because who you are and to hear that from you is big, because we'll tell people it and it's Cisco saying it, but you are saying this. I hope other people see this, that Chef Kim is telling you got to buy into this stuff, right?
Totally. And if I could take that one person and have them cutting up lettuce and getting that ready, or if I could take them and having them bake chocolate chip cookies from scratch to sell, like that to me is, I would rather invest in something that has a bigger return than the other small tasks. And you know what? A lot of times it was maybe I take that as a base of something and then add into it just to make it a little bit different or jazz it up a little bit. So there's a lot of concepts that you can adjust. But like the chopped tomatoes, like we were talking about nachos before, having those pre-chopped tomatoes where I could just portion them all out and I didn't have 9 different people trying to cut up a tomato and them being like 7 different shapes was also a big thing to have that consistency.
Because it's not the executive chefs cutting produce, I tell you.
No, it's totally not.
It's not. It's so funny because I remember when we started doing cuttings and stuff with Cisco when we came to Canada. It was so funny because you'd have like, well, let's get the chefs. It's like, no. Let's get the person over there in the dish area helping because they're the ones probably most of the time learning.
Totally. And it is. And sometimes if that's a new person and your carrot, one carrot is this big and then one carrot is this big and you're trying to put them out together, then
it reminds me of a story when I first started Cisco. One of the training things is that, and I don't know if they do this now because that was like over 17 years ago, is that we used to put trainees into kitchens and they work like a day in the kitchen stuff, just in case you didn't know what it was like. Might have been like 2 days. But I've been in this industry since I've been born, pretty much. So I knew what it was like. But it stuck me in this restaurant downtown Calgary, and for all day, I cut potatoes.
Oh yeah,
like it was like for French fries. It was crazy.
Yeah.
So it was like, oh, we'll just put them over there. You cut potatoes, don't touch anything else, right?
Yeah.
And typically it's people starting out as the ones that's cutting your produce and things like that. So.
Totally.
So many memories. So many memories.
So many more valuable things they could
to do. Absolutely. So we're going to run to a quick commercial and then Dwayne's back. Hey, Dwayne.
Woo.
Dwayne's out there hanging out in Calgary in the warm weather. All right, we're going to run a commercial and we'll come back.
All right.
A little goes a long way. That's never been more true than now. You're doing every little thing you can to keep your restaurants going and fresh food coming. And at Cisco, so are we. Introducing no delivery minimums, so you can order only what you need. Because we know that a little actually means more. More flexibility, more value, and more freedom. And now, you can access solutions you need fast. See? A little really does mean more. As in, more ways we're making it easier to keep your customers happy and your restaurant rising.
Hey, Dwayne.
Everyone.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Having a fight.
Yes. I thought about this, Jay, and your day actually, and where do you take a minute?
Yeah, I forgot about that when I planned it out.
Like food and other functions that are required.
Yeah, I actually forgot that when I was actually planning the show. It was like,
breaks?
I forgot about bathroom breaks, grabbing a snack, coffee. Yeah.
As you're listening to me stir. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, breaks would have been a great idea.
Next year.
Yes. Yeah.
I just killed my mouse. My mouse just battery died too. So anyways, Dwayne, welcome back.
Great.
Let's talk beef, buddy. Let's talk beef.
Yeah, thanks for this. This session here, Jay, we've done this in the past. This is a little bit more of an industry update.
Yes.
Yeah, so it is a bit technical. It is slides, but I think what I tried to put together was to give the audience an understanding of the dynamics of beef. We see beef prices go up and down, and sometimes we're scratching our head, man, what the heck is kind of going on? And by going back to the past, I can sort of talk a little bit about the influences. Gosh, I wish I could talk to you about the future,
Get your crystal ball out, Dwayne.
I probably would be sitting on a beach if I could predict future somewhere, sipping a cool drink with my laptop on my lap. But nonetheless, it gives operators and those that are entrusted with the purchasing a sort of what I hope they'll appreciate is just a bit of an insight, and that's what this session has been identified as an insight session.
Yeah, you know what, Dwayne? I think that's the best thing we can do for our customers and our viewers. It's just a little, just like we did with the produce with Lori a minute ago. It's just a little bit of where what does this look like? Because I'm guessing the beef market has just been upside down through this last year as well, and all over.
You know, there's been and we're fully aware, I think, with manufacturing of food throughout the world, it has been in a bit of a flux, and I think I can speak on behalf of all food manufacturers is to the best of their ability to protect their employees is number one, as well as putting in those as alertings come of transmissions on how to ensure the safety of the employees and continue to be able to supply global supply of food products is essential. And our last our Cisco that was on just prior was speaking about Saskatchewan, and where do you get produce today in Saskatchewan? Well, you don't. You get it from the prairies. You get it from the United States, the southern United States, and into South America. You know, we truly are a global. You can have a pineapple today if you choose.
Exactly. You know, it's interesting because it really wasn't like that. Not that long ago, that you were when you went to the grocery store is what you got.
Well, and Chef, you can talk probably about seasonality as fluidly as anyone, and with experience as well. But it's still relative, I'm sure, to profitability and understanding trends.
Absolutely. All right, let's see these insights. I'm excited, Dwayne.
Yeah, okay. And I've got a few slides. I've whittled them down, Jay, since I've sent them to you. But please stop. And if there's a question or comment, we'll carry on. I don't have you up on the screen now, so I'll rely on your voice cues.
Okay, cool.
Okay, one of the measurements of pricing, of food pricing, in this case beef pricing, is retail pricing. The retail price of most food products dictates pricing levels North America globally. And so needless to say, we saw in about April last year, the demand for beef, but I would say all food commodities, including paper products, if we recall, had quite a jump at that period of time. But what is interesting is that if you see, and you can see my pointer here, Jay, I assume. I'm not sure if you can, but if you can see my pointer here, the levels actually stay a little bit higher than the averages, and the 5-year average or 18 and 19. So retail prices of beef in this case continue to be strong. Beef market share continues to be steady as well within Canada, and it's really consistency in consumer demand is what we're sort of talking about here. You can see at the bottom the red, that's the beef, but for the most part, the blues and the greens, poultry and seafood have remained relatively stable, and that'll be interesting. We'll talk a little bit about as we move into alternative type proteins, that animal proteins continue to draw strong demand. And so this is an interesting slide, and it can be confusing, and I kind of put it up there just for that reason, that if you look at the graph sort of showing a bit of a decline, it seems, in Canadian beef consumed by Canadians. Well, yes and no. Yes, Canadian beef is being consumed a little bit less and projected to be less in 21, But that is a result, and we're going to talk a little bit about this in a few minutes, as the demand for Canadian beef increases. And so we're a country that produces products, like ground beef, for example, where we at times need to import some types of products to meet demand. And this is where generally we receive the Canadian beef product maybe a little bit less consumed by Canada, but there's factors to that. And that being the demand is so high, especially in our ground beefs and our middle meats. Canada is an affluent country. We only have 2 strip lines and 2 tenderloins per animal, but the demand for middle meats is strong, and ground beef as well. And then, of course, the global demand for Canadian beef. And I'm going to address the importance of global demand for Canadian beef and try to help our operators and purchasers with the understanding that global demand for Canadian beef is important. As we are in our industry, we are free trade. We trade openly. Our product is a commodity, and we compete globally for Canadian beef and market share.
Dwayne, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When you say global, whereabouts does most of our beef go to?
Jay, if you can hang on to your seat for the next 5 minutes.
Hang on to your seat, Jay.
Sorry.
Yeah. So hang on, my friend.
Sorry.
You're gonna get a nice overview of our global, but it is a good question, and I did include that for you. Before we get there, though, the demand for AAA beef has continued, as you can see, through 2012 up, and for high quality grain fed marbled type of beef products. And that's been a real positive, and our industry has responded. And as you can see, through feeding regimens, through genetics, all sorts of different technical from our beef farmers, to ensure that we're receiving a higher degree of AAA and prime type of products. And not too long ago, AAA was white tablecloth, and maybe Chef, you can mention, or you can comment on this. Like, it was the creme de la creme, and AA was a good steak program or a beef program. Well, if you look today, and in retail, pretty much all retailers across Canada have a AAA program now. And so that demand for AAA beef is extremely high, but that AA program is still a good program.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the more educated that the retailers became, they definitely see the value and the difference in it.
And that was driven by food service, 100%, no question.
Yeah.
So although I show this slide here, it's not without a bit of explanation as it relates to our industry, the Canadian beef industry, and many factors, climate being one. So I showed you a slide of 66% or 65%. This slide here, if you take a look, and Jay, can you guys, Kim, can you see my mouse?
No.
Okay. If you follow lines 13 through 19, you can kind of see on the blue line, traditionally, whether it's the 5-year average or the 2019 average, we hit a valley and then we come up. Mm-hmm. Well, during that time frame, that's about April, May, our grade outs tend to go down, and there's a number of factors, but one of the factors is we generally have our young calves in the late January, February, March, because of our climate. Our producers breed animals to ensure that they have the most strongest chance at survival. A little difficult having a calf in November, and the expectation of that calf surviving through the cold winter months. So what happens is there's a bit of a change and animals coming to market, and the younger animals start to come to market during this time of the year, and they just haven't had enough time on feed to keep those levels very, very high. Why I share this with you from a food service perspective is that, and this is what time of the year, the busiest time, patio season. So if you have a program that is a AAA program, that's a good thing. But your sales representative or your supplier of beef, chances are you've had those conversations at this time of the period, week 19 to 31. Well, I can't get any AAA beef. There's no AAA beef. There's no Canadian beef. I can't tell you how many conversations I've had that there's no Canadian beef. Well, there is Canadian beef, but the AAA beef has just hit a valley. And so understanding that from an operations perspective, you can actually take advantage of timing and having LTOs or feature type programs in the summer, maybe with a AA program, a AA strip line, a AA prime rib type of a product, or tenderloin to meet those needs of those consumers or your guests during that period of time.
Okay, so
also go, Chef.
Which I don't know if I knew before or didn't know, but does the beef get graded? Like at what point in the calf's life does the beef get graded?
During the harvesting process. Once the animal has been harvested, there's a break between at a certain point in the carcass, and it's set for about a day or so, and then the Canadian Grading Agency is championed with grading carcasses. And so they grade the carcass. It's an independent entity on contract from the government of Canada. The grading is ultimately oversaw by the Canadian government, Canada, and delivered through the Canadian Grading Agency. So at the time of harvest.
Wayne, I have a question for you. Good question, by the way, Chef. Because I always wondered that as well.
Yeah.
So when you said to restaurants, if they do LTOs on a AA program, is the consumer really going to tell a AAA or a AA in today's world?
Well, the
positive. Are you going to notice it?
Yeah, I could talk for a day on grading.
There we go.
But as a result of the higher grades, even within the grading system, there are percentiles. So AAA has a percentile within the grading within the grades, but so does AA. So as we grade out higher at AAA, our grade outs of our AA get really close. So those ones that are just missing the AAA are good AA grades.
Yeah.
And so I'm not proposing to downgrade to the food service. That's not to a AA, and it's not a downgrade into a AA. What it is with the competition that food service has at retail, that rather than those conversations with distributors on why I can't get my AAA beef, well, actually now you can actually take maybe advantage of that. There's a supply of AA beef, because if we grade out, we harvest the same amount of animals every month, every week, pretty much. The animals are still there. It's the grades that are that have changed, and it's consistent, blue and black on the graph, consistent. And
I'm still thinking about the grading point, because I would have thought that you would look at the cow and go, yep, you know what, that one's going to be a AAA. We'll feed it this way and guarantee it is.
Absolutely. The Canadian industry, from a genetics and ensuring a higher grade, right from genetics, cow-calf, right through to the feeding regimen, does, but the actual grading is done at the time of harvest.
Okay. So it's essentially both answers.
Kind of, yeah. Absolutely. And our genetics, Canadian genetics, are renowned world globally.
Okay.
So just kind of finishing off on grades, kind of get myself all mixed up here with. So this circle here, you can notice that the red lines of 2020 kind of went a little bit longer. That was a result of the harvesting interruptions in harvest, and so animals were on feed a little bit longer. I think Jay, you and I and another gentleman had done a whole session on this.
I was gonna say, Dwayne, it was the point. I think we were talking about, how long were they sitting in the fields, and we were hearing it in the news a little bit around, cattle being out in the fields. And I think I actually mentioned that when I was driving down to one of our acreages, is just noticing that there was a lot of cattle out in the fields right now.
So Jay, if you recall, it was about week 19, and we were or maybe even a bit earlier, around the 14 or 13. we were discussing this, and we talked about, well, probably the grade outs will go a little bit longer, higher, because they're on feed. And sure enough, Jay, we were right. And then it has continued a little bit higher towards the end of 2020. I think I went through this slide. Consistency and consumer demand. Oh, I was fiddling around today. Canadian beef production. Again, sort of to speak a little bit towards, is there going, I've also had many questions. What's the supply of Canadian beef like? Canadian beef supply is very strong. We have a strong supply of Canadian beef. There may show a slight decrease, but you can see over the years, slightly goes up or down depending on many factors. But as far as a supply of Canadian beef goes, if you look at the red lines, those are called fed animals. Very similar to 2020, 2021's prediction. Harvesting capacity continues to remain strong. Our actual is a bit lower than our capacity, which one can say it's a good or a bad thing, depending on where you are. But the point is, the supply of Canadian beef is very, very strong. So we're going to switch gears just a little bit. And Jay, and Chef, maybe, if you were to ask Canadian, or we were to ask you, is the Canadian beef industry, would you consider that a large industry? I think your response might be, yeah, it's a quite robust industry.
Huge.
Sure. And you're right, it is. We contribute, the industry just in itself is billions of dollars of an industry, plus the economic impact it has in local communities across Canada. Mm-hmm. However, as I mentioned earlier, we're globally driven or compete globally for market share within Canadian beef. And if you look at the top, we're not even in the top 10 producing nations of beef.
I would never have guessed that.
We represent only 2% of global cattle production. Our friends down south, the United States, were 1/10 of the United States.
Wow.
But
did you know that, Kim? I didn't have a clue.
No, actually, I find that incredibly shocking. I was totally banked on us being higher.
I would have thought so too. But what we do provide is Canada is recognized for a high quality, food safe provider of grain fed beef. And so outside of our friends down in the United States, if you look at Brazil and Australia, and Mexico to some degree, a vast majority of their production is a grass-fed type of a beef with their climate and all those put into examples. Brazil, and if you look at India, number 6, it's a different type of a kind of a water buffalo beef. They have a high dairy industry, so a dairy type cow at the end of its production cycle. So yeah, it's interesting. We're 2%. However, but we're 2% of grain. With that, our production is primarily grain-fed beef, which is globally desired.
Jeez.
Huh.
Even Europe.
Wow.
Europe's way up there.
And then when you look at consuming nations, we're again internationally, globally, we're 2% of the global beef consumption. Canada, again, are down in the United States, number 1, in China, Brazil, European. Our friends down in South America, they're high index in beef consumption of beef for their per capita, very high.
So Dwayne, you may answer this next, and I hate to ask you, but when we talk about the consumption, is the United States number because of burgers?
I may be able to touch on that, Jay, actually. I might be able to touch on that. So again, 2% of our consumption is for here in Canada. So if you think about this large industry that we do have here in Canada, like most of our natural resource industries, we are export driven. We're an export driven entity. But how much beef do we export? Well, we export approximately 38% of the beef that we produce, approximately. Now, when you look at a percentage of export by country, we're number 4.
Wow.
And if you look at the United States as a percentage of their production, they're down there at 11. So they eat a lot of their beef.
They eat a lot.
They eat a lot of their beef. This, is what that's sort of telling us.
Hey,
But
Dwayne,
this
I have another question. Sorry.
That's fine.
I got a lot of. Me and Dwayne have had many hours talking about this stuff. Question for you. So when we look at these exports and our product goes out to these other countries, is it labeled Canada or Canadian? Like, do these other countries know they're consuming Canadian beef?
Oh, yes. The Canadian beef advantage, and what we talked a little bit about the resources today, our product is globally recognized. Canada in general is recognized for quality, safety, an abundance of land and clean air and a good country in general. And so, absolutely, if of the Canadian beef, and we're probably one of the higher priced products or that they will invest in as well, as compared to our friends in the United States for a grain-fed finished beef rather than a grass-fed. Totally different production system. And so we are also demanding not a Cadillac in some countries and many of our global, but a Ferrari. Our product is seen as.
Wow.
It's not a high end; it's an ultra high end product in a good way. And so the demand for the product is quite high. But we don't profess in Canada to feed the world beef. Our production system just isn't at that level. What we profess is to feed the world high quality grain fed beef that's consistent and safe.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And so where does the beef go? So the United States is our number one trading partner, as you can imagine. They represent approximately 73.5%, where Japan represents approximately 10.4%. And finally, China and Hong Kong our top 3 rounds out at 5.7%.
Wow.
Does the U.S. bring in other beef from other countries too?
Oh, yes. The United States, like Canada, is a free part of a free trade, open trade with other countries of their beef programs as well. So here's now to sort of maybe hopefully help operators understand, well, now all our good beef is going away and this is why we don't have access to beef. Well, no, that's not quite true. If you look at the volume breakdowns of US, we're going to take, for example, we're going to go through some others. If you look at, and from the food service perspective, this is hopefully is a bit enlightening. 20% of the product comes from the chuck. So if you think, chef, to yourself and your menus over the years, you've incorporated probably fairly limited to chuck product. If you look at others can combine a few different products, and I'll talk a little bit about this, but trim. A lot of our trim goes to further processors, for cookers, for burger manufacturers down in the United States. And then we kind of round out a little bit, ribs and hips and loins, a little bit of flank brisket as well, offal. That's kind of highlights the size and the diversity of the U.S. market from an ethnic perspective. From 50-50 trims, to briskets, right through to higher value type of products as well. If we look at the products that are going to Hong Kong and China, we do see a bit of a different of a mix. And plates, flank are a good example. So a plate is fairly similar to a pork belly. In Asian cuisine, the highly marbled, fattier type of products are quite desired, and the white fat, grain fed are super desired from a flavor profile. And chef, in Asian cuisine, as you can appreciate, it's not necessarily the meat protein, meat for protein as much as it is for flavor, pork, poultry, etc. The meat component, we're here in North America, our diet is heavy on the protein. of choice. And so those products that we kind of we're not really as tied to is highly desired in these types of marketplaces. And then you can see others, ribs as well, and the rib and the chuck you could probably imagine for that marbling, regardless of grade, is a bit higher.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the hips, lean. I could tell you a story in China when I did a seminar, and I'll quickly tell you, we did a whole inside round, and I made a comment, and there was a translator. Okay, well, we would there's many ways we would do this. We put the hip in the oven and use it for braise, or use it for a beef on a bun or a carving station. And all of a sudden, people were laughing. So I asked the translator, and she's giggling too with me, or with them. And I said, what? And she said, they don't believe you. And I said, what do you mean they don't believe me? They don't believe you can put that big piece of that inside round in an oven and cook it. Totally foreign to them, or that type of cuisine. But important for us.
You know what? Sorry, Dwayne. Sorry to interrupt again.
That's okay.
But Chef, do you have an idea where that comes from, or Dwayne, do you know where that comes from us cooking roasts and these big cuts of beef? Is that a European diet traditionally, or where's that coming from? Europeans? Okay.
Yeah. If you look at even the Asian kitchen, many don't even have an oven. Most don't have an oven in their homes.
Hot plates.
Yeah, hot plates, just thin and sliced and cooked and delicious.
Yeah, or the woks. The woks. I had a friend of mine who had a place up in Northern Ontario, and it was just all like 3 woks. And man, he would just go like a machine, but there wasn't an oven or anything to be found. And it was so strange to be in that kind of setup, because here I was doing like 10 top butts for a night kind of thing. But very different lifestyle.
And rocking it out.
Yeah.
Kind of finishing up, Japan's has a nice mix of, but again, those plates and others and offals, again, that chucks to a degree that we just don't have as high a demand here in Canada. We're getting good value in our international markets. And I also included Mexico, just to give you another idea, from a thin meat type of a cooking method, a product from the chuck, tremendous offal market, offal, maybe I should pronounce it more clearly, and flank and plate. These include I should have mentioned the thin meats as well. So in Mexico and in Mexican cuisine, skirt meats, flap meats, these types of thin meats, highly valued within. And we'll talk a little bit about, if on Wednesday we are going to actually speak about the difference between inside and outside skirt meats.
Oh, great.
The importance of a strong export market, and kind of wrapping things up here in this little segment is, as you can see, this chart shows or tries to highlight the value of these marketplaces. So if we can find markets that will pay a high value for items, and especially those items that may be ground, for a Canadian, we just don't have the marketplace for skirt meat, for example. That really does help domestic pricing. That really does support to be able to bring those items, those middle meats that are such high demand, ground beef here in Canada that is in such demand, insides or hip meats for those banquets for food service, into a position that is affordable, still premium, but affordable.
Got it.
Makes sense. Totally makes sense.
Wow. I feel like my mind's a little blown with this whole thing, Dwayne.
Yeah, it really is interesting. And when we appreciate Jay giving us the opportunity to share with industry, because that's we do want to communicate, to be more informed, to make a business decision.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jay, you had asked about what type of products in the U.S. You could see the high demand that we were sending product during that time frame. I was referring to our 50/50 trims. So those really are the odds and the ends from the harvesting facility, destined generally for a further cooker or a patty manufacturer of some point. But this higher value supports carcass cutouts. And I'm going to talk about what a carcass cutout is here in a second. Similarly, with our 85% trim, generally it's fairly consistent. We had that last year, but you can see here, look what happened in week 45, 49, how just towards Christmas, how it went down. But a strong cutout, a strong trim helps with carcass cutout values as well. And so cutout values, what are the cutout values? Well, basically the cutout represents the estimated value of beef carcass from the represented grades. And so why is that important? This is where the industry, the back end of the industry is rewarded for their efforts, whether it be that cow-calf for good genetics and right through to the backgrounder into the feeding process through to the harvester as well. We truly are an integrated, all agriculture is integrated, and in order to ensure a sustainable industry in total and steady supply, everyone needs to make a little profit along the way. And so strong cutout values does support right through to the operators that are enjoying this or listening to this presentation. And then quickly some cuts. Look what we saw here. Chucks and hips went just crazy during that time period. At that time, the demand for ground beef, for a lot of different reasons, was so strong that they were grinding hips and chucks, and plus the hips that were being lost at food service from some of those banquet facilities and etc. Just went into the grinds. And the rounds, they continued to stay strong towards the end of last year. And I think that, again, a reasonable and economical price point.
Wow.
And then you see chucks. Why did chucks rise so high? Just strong demand for ground beef for many factors. I think that we can sort of
no wonder those burgers are tasting good, eh, Kim?
Yeah.
Right? That's because the A&Ws and the Wendy's were still ramping up all their business while everybody else was closed.
Well, QSR was in a position for sure. The burger QSRs, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And and maybe one or two of our poultry friends in a position for takeout and fared okay during during an awful time. Middle meats again rose the demand, a bit of the harvesting a pullback, and consumers filling, I think, some freezers as well with product during that time of the year during the middle meats, and then November as well down to seasonal values, except for our ribs, and our ribs are always strong 2 times of the year: summer season, selling season, and the Christmas celebration season. We saw, but this year we saw quite a demand for ribs. I'm just going to go through confirm what you already know here. Satisfaction with quality. This question really just asks how satisfied you with the quality of beef from this country. And Canada, as you can imagine, very satisfied, somewhat satisfied, or 93%. And that's attributed to our industry and the consistency of our product. Willingness to pay more. This is important as well. Whoops. I'm not sure why that's slide. Willingness to pay more. This is important. 2.5%. I've watched a few presentations over the last day and a half talking about the difference between menu cost and menu profit, and what does a dollar an item mean in the big picture, or what does 3% higher a gross margin versus focusing on plate cost, and understanding that our product, beef, Canadian beef, is a premium product, and it is. But the ability to capture more revenue and profit is high. And consumers, it says, indicates in this slide, they will invest higher in Canadian products.
Very cool.
Finishing up, marketing. If you're going to make an investment, and I consider it an investment in Canadian beef, market the attributes, regardless of what they may be, whether they're a supplier of a Cisco branded program or a regional program or another Canadian program. Talk about it, highlight it. Some of our most well-known entities will market Canadian beef, and you should as well from an operations perspective, wherever you may be. Get to know your farmers. Jay on the right here with the bunk end. These are Cisco Victoria individuals. A fellow with his hand in, chef from Victoria, and then a chef Ryan from Vancouver now, with the sunglasses, kind of looking down, the tall fellow. We invest with entities such as Cisco and others to really highlight the value of Canadian beef, of the industry, and firsthand being able to experience it. A little difficult today, but we're working through virtual programs. And then finally, our websites. Canadian Beef Performs. We reviewed that a little bit today. We're in the process of producing videos to complement our culinary and butchery types of programs. Custom programs are available if you reach out to the Canadian Beef Center of Excellence through CanadianBeefPerforms.ca and have a discussion with our team. They have a tremendous resources that they want to invest in your success.
Cool.
And finally, just a few other odds and ends. Training.
Awesome. Well, thanks again, Dwayne, for the time today and to be able to share this again. These insights are incredible, very useful for our restaurants and our customers. I just can't thank you enough.
Yeah, sorry I went over. I couldn't see the timing.
It's just Mr. Wilson's up next.
We can feel your passion, Dwayne. Your passion for beef. I can feel it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Kim.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Dwayne. So, Kim, you got to take off, which we're going to miss you. Thank you so much.
I know. Sorry, Matt. I won't be able to this time.
We totally get it. Get it. But I can't thank you enough.
Matt,
I'm going to bring Matt in. And just before you go, because I know he's going to miss you too here.
Okay.
Because now he's got to talk to me.
I'm sorry, Matt. You're stuck with Jay. I know. I owe you one for that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right, Kim, take it easy.
No, thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Have a great one, Kim.
Oops. That was the wrong button. There we go.
Here we go.
So, Mr. Wilson, me and you, bud.
That's a tough one to follow up from, when you're talking beef for 40 minutes, and I've only had cucumbers for lunch. I don't know. I'm pretty starving now.
Yeah, you didn't see. Well, I don't know if you tuned in and watched your chef cook, but
oh yes, I did.
Torture watching the chefs cook. You're out here. So, what are we talking about, Matt?
This next session, we are going to be talking about menu analysis and menu engineering, and why right now is the right time and the most important time to be able, to take a deeper dive into your menu profitability.
Alrighty.
All right. So unlike earlier, I do have it. Hold on one second here. Okay.
I think Kim Radden got a coffee. Here we go. Look at that, eh?
All right. So I guess because we're late, we'll dive right in.
All the time though. We got Corinne next.
Oh, okay.
She's like the biggest deal in New York with menus and websites.
Oh yes, yeah. She's with Order Ease. Fantastic. So
she's in the green room hanging out.
Oh, is she? Hello, Corinne. All right. So Jay, you know what? We have these conversations with our customers day after day, and you know what? When we were really looking at what to present during the Restaurant Canada SVK shows, I wanted to add this piece in because I think it's really, really important that operators take this time to dive deeper into their profitability and their menu. So I'm going to go through some menu engineering, analysis, the tools that we have, some theories behind it. Hold on 2 seconds here. All right, Amazon's here. Sorry. I assume it's Amazon. It has to be.
Okay.
All right. So so a couple of the theories behind what engineering and analysis can do for your menu. And then I will touch on Cisco Menu Services, the professional design team and engineering team that's available to our customers. So menu analysis, outside of reading everything on this screen, basically what it is it's breaking down your costs in the on the menu. So taking a look at all of the deeper costs that go into the chicken wings, adding on the sauce, the fryer oil, the carrot, celery, blue cheese, or sour cream, everything like that. Then looking at its profitability. So this here, the Excel that you see on the screen, this is a tool that we use at Cisco to help customers understand their profitability and what they can do with different items. So these are not actual items. These are not actual prices. However, what I want to go through is you can see, and we're going to dive into it later, but you can see the cost of the chicken wings. The plate cost is $8. We're selling it for $14.99. We sold $50 in comparison to the other appetizers on my fake menu. That would put the chicken wings as a dog on a menu. We're about to talk about what that means, but really the analysis is diving into every facet of your menu, from the visual design to the psychology and calculated math behind it. So that's the analysis piece.
So Matt, just before you go, I always like this because this is interesting, is that people think like this is one of those things that people just don't know that we do, right? Like this is one of what makes us different, is that we actually get this in depth. And when you see out there in the industry, you don't see many other people doing this, let alone distributors like us.
No, you know what? I'll tell you why. It's a lot of work. But as I've talked to many customers, it's called the restaurant business. It's not called the restaurant hobby, right? This is not a hobby. It's a business. And anything worth doing is worth doing well and properly. So when you dive into your costs, no other business would just randomly price things.
Yeah.
Right. And hope for the right outcome at the end. Right. So when we dive in, it's a lot of work. I tell people up front, you know what, there's an easy way to raise your prices, or there's a tough way. The tough way is not to do all the legwork, right? Because you're going to pay for it down the road. So yeah, you know what, the teams across Canada, they can absolutely help you break this down, break down the costs. It always starts with our marketing associates. They're really the front line to getting this stuff done. But then we have the whole team with Cisco Menu Services that can take all this and actually get the metrics needed out of this data.
So when you look at this is new because no one else does this, I'll tell you that, in the industry that we're a part of. And that's what makes us so different. But I think it is where I like the point that you put out. It's not easy, but it's the right thing to do. And it can help your business so much. And we always say, leaving money on the table. I have seen over the years, doing this for 14 years, so much money left on the table. And we want to make restaurants profitable. We want to help you as much as we can. And this stuff is awesome.
And you know what, as we go through it, you'll start to see that it all starts to make sense. And is there a quick fix? No, there's never a quick fix. But it's definitely worth talking to your marketing associate or talking to one of your business resource teams across Canada about how this can support your profitability in your restaurant.
Can I also just remind everyone that's tuning in to ask Matt a million questions, because Matt loves questions and we love to stump him. If you can, on menus, please do.
You should ask my wife how much I like questions. All right. So, and I hope that she's not listening. Menu engineering. So it's a field of study devoted to deliberate and strategic construction of menus. That's it. Like everything that happens on a menu should happen for a reason, right? When we start looking at the engineering and analysis put together, then those little icons that you saw on the last screen, they all start to make sense. So up in the, actually, I'll go right to the next screen because I'm pretty sure I broke it all down for everybody. There we go. So here are those quadrants. So the puzzles, high profit items, but low popularity. Not many people are buying them. Down in the opposite corner, you have plow horses, low profits, but highly profitable.
Like what, Matt? Give me an example.
An example would be chicken wings, right? That would be the number one example of a plow horse, right? Long gone are the days when butchers are literally burying the chicken wings out back because they can't get rid of them. You can only make so much stock. Chicken wings are a commodity. Chicken wings are basically priced in and around chicken breast. It is a crazy, crazy product. And yet, you know, it wasn't too long ago that we had places doing 25 or 50 cent wing nights. And I can tell you the average chicken wing is going to be costing you between 40 and 50 cents. That's the wing. That's not the oil. That's not the staff, the labor, the hydro, the heat. That's not the sauce. It's not the sour cream. That's just the wing, right? So are they popular? Absolutely. Are they profitable? Not normally, right? Now there are ways to make wings profitable, but that's a separate discussion. Shameless plug. Talk to your business resource.
Well, it's also another thing too, and maybe when we do get back into, well, let's just look at it for an instance on third-party apps. It's probably not one that you want to have a picture with, because they'll find.
No, and you know what? We're going to be talking about pictures. That's a great point. We're going to be talking about that later on. Yeah, great point.
Right.
Just want to go to the lower left quadrant. Dogs, low profitability, low popularity. Now, I will say that every time you re-engineer a menu for profitability, if you ran a new report, you'll have new dogs. That's just the way the numbers always work. So let's not get hung up on dogs, but they are a big piece of our discussions. We always have to be thinking, why are there dogs? What's happened? Did they used to be puzzles, and now they're dogs? Were they plow horses? Now they're dogs.
Well, Matt, are those typically those ones when we see in restaurants? They're like, Matt always comes in and gets his meal. I can't take it off the menu. I can't remove it.
So typically, yes. The short answer is yes. Typically, what we see is menus that 20 years ago started off at 45 items, which is perfect. That's ideal. It's in that range. And now I've talked to restaurateurs that have over 110 items on their menu. And, well, we've had it since day one. And Bob and Kathy, they love it. But, okay. Again, restaurant business, not hobby, right? So you got to move it off. Unless Bob and Kathy are coming in 8 times a day and ordering for their whole family, it's a dog.
Well, see, the thing also I always recommend with restaurants on this area too is you can still make it for Kathy and Bob.
Oh,
you can still make it. Just don't put it on your menu.
Yeah. Well, you know what? A lot of the time you can, right? Yeah. Unfortunately, what happens with the evolution of menus is as you're adding on items year after year after year, some of these dogs and low performing items are not items that have use elsewhere on the menu. Mm-hmm. Right? So, and again, I'm just going to pick a silly item. Let's just say it was zucchini sticks, right? They've been on the menu forever. There's not much else you can do with zucchini sticks outside of have zucchini sticks. Right? So if that is the item, you're bringing it in just to keep in the freezer to ultimately throw out because it has freezer burn, right? So you really have to make sure that there's cross utilization on your items and that you're making smart decisions. Mm-hmm. And then obviously the top right quadrant is the stars, the high profit, high popularity. We're going to talk about those as we move on, because there's a lot of things that we need to listen to our customers about with those and train our customers to order them. So all this great data, what's next? So we need to understand what happens with this data and the psychology behind it. There are many, many studies out there. Originally, menu engineering and analysis came out of, I believe it was the University of Michigan. I may be wrong, so if anybody's out there Googling.
I think it was Cornell.
Cornell?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I do actually quote
in
Cornell.
the 70s.
Yeah, and really the psychology hasn't changed. Now there was a newer study that has been done. I think it was done in 2014 that added in some other elements to the psychology, but really it hasn't changed. So what you see here, this is basically where the eyes go, and you open up that menu. Decisions on your menu are made in under 109 seconds, right? So a minute and a half, the customer's made up their mind. Now, 110 item menu, you can't read in a minute and a half, right? I remember about a year ago, we were out at a national chain restaurant and they handed to me what looked like the Bible. And it was so thick, there were so many pages, I ended up ordering a chicken club. Why? I was exhausted. I couldn't read anymore. Decisions are very quick, right? And that's another reason to pare down the menu, especially during a depressed time for our industry. You need to look at the profitability, paring down the menu, executing quicker, faster, and more consistently. The spending dollar will never be what it used to be. So customers are very, very in tune with that. They want to make sure that they're getting a quality product. Now, as you pare down, you also need to know, where do their eyes go? So you'll see on this chart, the eyes start on the right-hand page, then they go up to the right, across, down. So that's where the eyes go. So in the analysis and engineering of a new menu, what you want to do is you want to be positioning your stars, your most profitable items. So stars and plow horses would be positioned in these areas. Give me just 2 seconds here. Now that you know what are plow horses, stars, puzzlers, and dogs, now you know some of the, where the eyes are going to go on the page, how long you have the customer's attention. We add in some tips and tricks. So using friendly numbers, yes, there are such thing. There is such thing as friendly numbers. So according to many studies, prices ending in 99 suggest value over quality. 00 feels stuffy, but 95, prices that end in 95, has a more friendly feel to it. I don't know why, but I'm not a psychologist. Burying your prices. So this is something where right after the description, you would put the price right there, right? As opposed to aligning in a column. And the reason why you'd want to bury the prices is that once it's aligned in a column, the eyes will naturally just start to price shop. The consumer will buy something that is typically either the least expensive or near there, as opposed to going with something that would be more profitable to your business. Sorry, I was just reading one of the comments.
Well, it's funny because the 109 seconds, I think, also the fact that didn't include millennials in that research. So I think it's true. When you think of millennials and stuff like that, we're talking like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
If you can even do that.
You'd probably get 109 seconds if the menu was on Instagram or Snapchat or TikTok. So don't use dollar signs. You know what? There's a lot of comments around this. Whether or not to use dollar signs, and everybody has their own feelings. However, the reason why you wouldn't want to is, again, the eye will be trained on that S with the line through it. Right? That's a dollar sign, and we know it's a dollar sign. We're going to go to that. Right? So you drop the dollar sign, and now it's just a number. Right? And it's part of the description. It's all hidden. Now, customers, you're trying to get them to go back to where the eyes go in picking items from that area that you strategically put in those areas, or you're actually asking them to read the description, which is the next item. Use descriptive languages. So this one was, there you go, Cornell University. So descriptive menu items and labels, like succulent Italian seafood versus, seafood fillet versus seafood fillet, resulted in customers feeling more satisfied with their meal. Talk about psychology. Because it was succulent Italian seafood fillet, it gave you that buy-in right away, as opposed to just something very plain Jane.
Do you know when I used to work for a large chain way back, we always, you looked at romancing the menu, and the romancing also came in the menu itself on the descriptive words like this. And I actually remember one was jet fresh pineapple is what we used for our chicken. We had chicken with a ring of pineapple on it back. That's how long ago.
Yeah, wow.
That trend has been around that long, but
was the garnish radicchio?
Probably. So we had jet fresh pineapple, and I'll never forget that because it was like, why are we calling this? It comes on a truck. Yeah, but it flew here, right?
Well,
so
you know what? How many people, are shocked to hear that rocket is just arugula?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And, I'm having rocket in my salad. I have rocket at the bottom of my burger.
That's hilarious. Good old arugula.
Use photos. So we talked about photos earlier. So this is really important. Use photos sparingly, right? So some studies have shown, menus that have just tons of photos, a photo for every single item, or photos going all the way down the side of the page, it has that feeling of cheap or low end. If you've been to a fine dining restaurant, I would say that you wouldn't see any photos on the menu, right? They bring that up. However, it is also showing that one photo per page has shown to increase sales of that item by up to 30%. So which items would we want to increase the sales of? Probably your plow horses and or stars, right? These are the ones that are generating the profit dollars. Now, you can't just take any old photo. Cisco Ontario North, our team, we've done workshops on food photography just to help customers understand how important it is. If you're going to be putting the photo on your menu, it has to be a very, very good photo, very high resolution, really highlighting the main item on that dish that you're trying to sell to the customer.
And I would also caution, if you are, it's got to look like that when it comes out on the plate too.
Absolutely, yeah. Don't take a stock image because it looks pretty.
Yeah.
Don't use plates that you're just going to use for the photo if that's not the plate you're going to be serving on, because the customer then feels like, oh, that's not what I ordered. Yeah. That's not a great feeling, especially before they've even tasted it. Font colors. So this is where things have been updated from the 70s and 80s, is understanding what font colors do. Red and blue are generally thought to help trigger appetite, right? So when you're planning the menu, when you're planning key items, understanding those font colors really helps. And then the last thing I want to say in the tips and tricks is emphasizing high profit items in the photos that we talked about earlier. Boxing them, which you see all the time, right? Yes, you can box them. You can put an icon, you can put the favorites, stuff like that. But those are the items that are on your website as the main images, also on social media. You always lead with that. There is a national chain, could be something like Jack Astor's, but may not be. Anyways, this summer, they did a huge campaign just on their chicken fingers. They've always done campaigns on their chicken fingers, but it was more of give them the finger, play on, words. But, that's what they used on their website, their social media, everything. It was all about the chicken finger. Why? Because they stand behind the making it fresh and stuff like that. People buy it. I will also say their chicken fingers are not cheap. They make a lot of money off them, and good for them. Hence the advertising, hence the promotion.
Very cool.
Yeah, and then looking at the time, I do want to dive into Cisco Menu Services. So Cisco Menu Services, right across North America, we have a team of design professionals. That's all they do. They help analyze and design and engineer your menus, but it's not just menus that they do. Some of our sites across Canada used to have menus done in-house, and they were good. You know what? They were great, and they served their purpose for many, many years. However, when business resources, when Cisco Corporation said, hey, we need to really heavily invest in our customer success in their future, one of the areas that they jumped on right away was menu services. And this has just been such a phenomenal asset for our customers to last week we talked to one customer that had not, they're fairly new with us. They had not heard that we had menu services, and every year they had been spending $4,500 a year just in menu design.
Yeah, right? That's huge.
It is huge. And you know what, when you're going into a spring, summer, lots of operators right now want to launch a spring, summer menu. Obviously, to transition from maybe warm comfort foods into the lighter summer salads and stuff like that. And if I'm staring during a pandemic, if I'm staring down a $4,500 bill for a new menu design, that's something I can't swallow right now. So to have the team across Canada have access to professional designers is phenomenal. They're incredible. Everything's web-based through one of the pieces of software that they use called Workfront. So the customer and the designer are always talking with each other, how the design's coming, great turnarounds. And out of the hundreds of menus that we've done, I've never seen them miss a deadline. True. And that's really, really important. I've never seen them miss a deadline. Just before I go on, it's not just menus, brand and logo development. Let's just say you wanted to package up your own sauces, your signature tomato sauce or garlic sauce, whatever it might be. They can actually work on that logo development and the branding around that for you, given the specs that the bottles are going to have or whatever you're going to be using. They really do take the current menu and they make them pop. This is just an example of, we talked about pictures and use them wisely. Here, what they did is instead of highlighting an item outside, yes, the pizza's there. They highlighted quality, very fresh, high resolution ingredients. I look at this and the cilantro up top, I'm just like, oh my God, that just looks amazing, right? So just always keeping in mind these, they're working with you on your menu. It's a customized menu approach. Here's some different ones that they've done. Obviously, going from a more upscale wine bar and kitchen to what could be a pub or roadhouse style. Just very, very clean looking menus that are all engineered for profitability. I talked about logo design. And earlier today, I was on, Jay, with yourself and Chef Kim, talking about virtual kitchens and concepts. Yeah. If you wanted to work with them on getting one up and going, you can see that they do multiple examples and different designs. What do you think? You go with one and you own those images. And that is my time.
And that's Matt's time. Oh, my camera's way up there. Sorry. Matt, that's, I love the fact that this stuff makes us different. This is like crazy cool. You didn't touch on how much this cost, did you?
Well, there's no cost. That's a great point. I did talk about how much one of our customers was paying for their menus. There is no cost to this. The only cost that you would incur is if you went with Cisco Menu Services for the menu design, you would incur a cost of printing on your end, but you're given the print file. So you can use your local printer who, has done all your work. You can, a lot of the Cisco houses have negotiated printing deals locally. So yeah, there's no cost for us to do this.
When's your Amazon?
Amazon is here twice. My lucky day. So there is no cost. Much like a lot of our other resources and services that we offer, we're investing in our customers' success. And there's no simpler way to put it. It's, I know that Corinne is up next, or it's Corinne, sorry. She's up next. Well, she's with Order Ease, who is one of our Advantage partners. And, is there a cost from Cisco to do that? No. What we've done is we've looked at these partners and we've said, hey, through all of our Advantage partners, they're geared to help your success as well. And that's one of the more special things about working with Cisco and our customers, is to be able to give Advantage partners and resources like this.
That's awesome, Matt. Well done. Well, thank you again, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great presentation, great insights. It's always a pleasure.
Awesome. I will jump off this, and I'm going to actually log in to watch Corinne.
All right.
All
Here
right.
she is. Awesome. Well, we're not going to run to a commercial. We're just going to go right in. So we have a product review, second product review today with Tegan. Desserts.
Oh, nice.
It's health month. It's health month, so why not show desserts and do product reviews and desserts for health month?
Hey, you could have shown my my cutting board full of cucumbers earlier.
There you go. Yeah. Who wants to see that? No. It's great
All
desserts.
right.
Thanks, Matt.
Have a great one.
Hey, Corinne. Welcome.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good, hanging in there. How about you?
You're number 9 today, so
You just can't wait to get out of in front of the computer.
yeah. Well, then we're gonna do a product review with desserts right after, so it's a busy day. I'm losing my voice as well. I just realized.
At least it ends with desserts.
Yeah.
Though. You can't ask for a better ending.
I can't eat them though. I'm not here. It's like 400 kilometers away from me. I can't eat it. So, anyways, let's talk Order Ease. So
Yes.
thank you again for showing. What is Order Ease? You're live from New York. Are you in
Yes.
New York again? Long Island, right?
Yes.
Long Island. You're all the way
It
from Long
counts.
Island.
It counts.
Counts, right? Up here, we just call it New York. So let's talk Order Ease. What is Order Ease?
Definitely. So Order Ease is a one-stop solution for everything in terms of a restaurant's online presence. So anything from websites to online ordering to social media to review sites, email marketing, we do it all, and we do it all in one place, managed with one team, managed from one dashboard, which I'm going to show basically through the stages how each thing looks. Now, we're different in a lot of ways. First being where we come from. I like to always point that out just because that sets us apart as well. And it's just as important as what we do. We come from the restaurant space. So if you look at a lot of the other tech companies in the restaurant space and you kind of browse about their backgrounds, typically they come from elsewhere in tech. They wanted to make money, more money, and they felt restaurants was a good space for that. Our story couldn't be any more different. We're literally by restaurants for restaurants. The founders of our company, they had their own, still do, have their own independent restaurants. And once online presence became something that was necessary to stay relevant and stay in front of customers, they struggled to find a company that understood them as restaurant owners and also understood how to successfully market a restaurant online. So that was over 15 years ago. And of course, things were a lot simpler then in many ways. Primarily back then, online presence was websites, but as online marketing has continued to evolve, so have we in what we offer. So again, we're one-stop solution for everything. Most customers, so I'm going to start sharing my screen.
Okay.
Let's see.
You find the share screen button?
I did. I'm just making sure. it goes. So most customers, when they come our way, there's a lot of peace of mind. It's not like it was 3-5 years ago where there wasn't that belief in social media. There wasn't that belief in web presence. Now it's pretty much, even if you hate the internet, it's a necessity. So most customers coming our way, they're dealing with 3, 6. We've had customers come to us dealing with 12 different companies trying to wrap their arms around their entire online presence. Typically with a lot of costs and a lot of contracts with all those different places. So a lot of customers do come to Orderies and they're like, I want everything. I want it in one place, especially at the price point that they're receiving as a Cisco customer. But with that being said, every aspect of what we do is available a la carte. So you can just do online ordering with us. You don't have to have a website with us to do online ordering. You can just do social media services. We can really customize the package for your specific needs.
Right, because everyone's not the same.
Exactly. It's something other companies fail to realize, especially with restaurants. The needs are so varied. It could be something as small as your brother-in-law designed your website, and we don't want to rock that boat. Nobody does, but you need help with online ordering. So we're able to really customize that. And even with, you'll see as I go through and kind of touch on the different packages we have, we're able to customize it even further down to your day-to-day operation and kind of how you want to go about managing, things that are online best for your business.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll start with websites just because those are really straightforward. Everybody knows what a website is. I would say the biggest misconception when it comes to websites is that they're no longer necessary. So I can't tell you how many customers have told me, I don't need a website. I have Instagram. I don't need a website. I have, Facebook. Couldn't be any further from the truth, especially in the post-COVID period that we're in, or I shouldn't say post-COVID, getting ahead of myself, but the period that we're in right now. So pre-COVID, over 70% of consumers were looking to end up on a restaurant's website. Since COVID hit, that number has completely surged. And basically, not only has the restaurant industry pivoted, but the consumer has as well. So now we're looking at a complete dependence on online presence for the consumer. They want to go to your website and view firsthand your information, your hours, your phone number, your address, but also surprisingly, things like your About Us page. Over 65% of people on your website want to view that information. So having a website that displays all of your information is very important. Now, as I'm going through the sites, you'll see all of the sites are photo-based because that's what's, of course, most important is putting that photo in front of the consumer of your food, your menu items, but they're not template-based. So all these sites I'm going through, it's not, template 7, template 10. We don't use templates. All our sites are...
Corinne, I'm going to ask questions on this because this is so good. You're helping here with a lot of restaurateurs. Template means companies like, what's the GoDaddy? Template?
So most companies, so you have your GoDaddies, your Wix, Squarespace. Also, if you've ever purchased a website through, your local guy, he's probably using WordPress, it's called, where it's several templates. So you'll find that the local guy doing websites who's charging $3,000 to set that site up, and who knows how much a month, probably upwards of 100 or so, charging you per update. Your site, at Joe's Pizza looks just like his other customer, Gino's Pizza, across town. So you won't find that on our platform.
Yeah. So I gotta want everyone to hear that because I think you're very conservative at $3,000 for a website. Because I have heard 10 times that for websites. Yes. And all they're doing is they're pulling templates to build your stuff off, and they all look the same and things like that. And I think that needs to be a caution because you're paying ridiculous money for a website other than going to a company like Orderies that knows what they're doing. They're doing great stuff, and it's not going to cost you the big bucks. And you're going to have something that's going to be unique to your own operation. That is a great call out.
And a lot of companies out there, they're also going to charge you, you know, per update, which again, for restaurants is so not realistic, especially right now where your hours might be changing, you know, due to COVID still, your menu might be changing, your in-house, you know, outdoor dining, whatever you have going on might be changing. You have to constantly update this information. So with Orderies, that's all included with your website. So you will never pay us to make a change. If you've ever, you know, done a demo with another company, you'll see they'll charge kind of X per month. And then you have, you know, 3 changes. And then after that, we're going to charge you $100 per update. And that's not feasible for the restaurant, even, like I said, you know, not during COVID times.
You know, it's so important. And I just, people, because you don't know as a restaurant owner. I had a website and I dropped like ridiculous money into it. Just and I didn't know. I didn't know the options. I didn't know the cost, and it didn't do anything for us. To be honest.
Yep. So again, with the sites, any of the content that you have, we're going to be including. I like to kind of point out a couple features that make us, again, different from other companies, because what you can picture in your head is anything you would need on your site, we're able to place. We're going to place it in a very aesthetically pleasing way. That's, again, built around your brand, so it's not cookie cutter. But to kind of highlight a couple things that make us different. First, our menus. So Matt was talking about how Cisco can design really beautiful menus. So this kind of goes hand in hand with that. You know, if you have a menu that's been designed for your business and it matches your branding and it's a staple piece of your in-house experience, why would we not have that translate on your website? So Orderies has done so. So to give you a couple examples, this customer, this is their in-house menu. Everything about this was important for them. So the fonts, the colors, the brick texture behind it, and having this come through on the site was something that was key for their branding. And we were able to basically duplicate it exactly.
Oh, wow.
So it's cool in multiple ways. For, again, the branding, if Cisco created you a menu, it's getting to put it to use another great way. And then also right now where we're seeing a lot of the QR code scans, you know, why not bring them to something that's branded for your business instead of just a kind of, you know, simple black and white, you know, not representing your business type of menu.
Do you want $1 million idea?
Always.
You guys can steal the idea. I think I've given you a few over the years. But I do want to give you this just because I was thinking this when you're showing the menu and stuff like that. And I've been talking a lot with our people on our shows about the experience economy and how do we create experiences. And I've seen this in the social media side, but not necessarily on websites. But you could do video menus in a sense. Have one of your chefs talk about the dishes that week, or a few highlights of the plow horses, as Matt described earlier, on your menu. So your chef comes on, hi, welcome to what this one's called, Smacks. And we got this amazing dish. You know, you check out our BLT. It's wicked. We're creating it this week, special for you. Quick little video vignette on your website. I think would be a lot of fun.
Not only fun, but it will make someone who maybe wasn't going to try that menu item, try that menu item.
Yeah, it will. Well, it's like the chef coming out back of the kitchen in the old days. They would, well, maybe they still do it. I just haven't seen it. Obviously, last year we really haven't seen it. But I was actually really encouraging chefs to get out of the kitchen again.
Yeah.
Get in front of the customers. Talk to your customers in your dining rooms. You know, some still can do that. Some places can do that now. Yeah. Again, get out there and talk to them. Create relationships. They love that as a customer, especially millennials and Gen Z have never seen that before.
Yeah,
having a chef come
hearing
out.
about the inspiration behind the dish. You know, everybody wants a story, and that's not just the ambience, the location. It's each individual menu item.
And then just do it on a menu. Just do it on a website, right? That'd be so much fun. Anyway,
definitely.
Here's my $1 million idea for the day.
To show you guys another example of a duplicated menu. This one, the customer, again, the colors, the texture, everything was important for them. The boxed items to bring attention were important as well. So that was something that we were also able to duplicate for them.
Really nice.
Taking it a next step, we have what's called menu interactions. So really, we're trying to make the menu not just a place where people go and see, the name and the price of the item and a description, but also a marketing vehicle in and of itself. So on this example I have up on my screen, you're going to see a lot of the different elements of that. So first being the interactive elements. So this allows customers to like, review, and share your menu items straight from your site. So if they're on their smartphone, and let's say like myself and my boyfriend do all the time, we're texting back and forth, where are we eating tonight? We can't decide. I can hit share on a menu item on an Ordery's site and send him the menu item that I'm looking at.
No way.
It's really cool, and it's really in tune with how people are going about dining right now. Reviews, of course, will have to be approved by the business before they actually show, but once they are, they will appear right alongside the photo and the description and, of course, the price, but less emphasis will be on the price and more about the value with the reviews behind it. Now, of course, this menu, different to the other menus I showed, this has photos. Many of our customers now do have photos, whether they've had them done professionally or with how advanced smartphones have become now. I mean, any recent iPhone or even the Google Pixel, any of those phones, they have professional cameras inside them. So we walk customers through how to take successful menu items. I know Cisco does as well, taking photos of menu items in the best way. So a lot of our customers do that. So if you do have photos, they're going to be put to use in a really great way. If you don't, no worries. It's still going to be beautiful. And we can incorporate other elements like this one as well. So up here, this demo site that we put together, what we did in this section was all the most interacted with menu items are here. So again, bringing attention to something maybe someone wouldn't have put in their cart or came in to get if they hadn't seen it. Also, this section can be handpicked. So the restaurant owner can say, here's my 6, top selling items or most profitable items, put them there in a featured section. You can do your daily specials, breakfast specials, dinner specials, whatever that space would be best served for the business. But again, bringing attention to items that maybe, someone wouldn't have considered elsewise.
Well, it plays on, I think it still plays on the fact that word of mouth marketing is still key, right?
Yeah.
This is the new version of it in a social world, right?
Definitely.
Other people are selling the products for you, technically, with the thumbs up. And the comments, like that's a brilliant.
Well, yeah, and everybody is used to this experience, social media, review
Amazon.
sites. Yeah, so they're looking for that, and this is giving it to them. And
love the show.
With our online ordering piece, which you'll see later on, if a customer places an order on our platform, they're going to receive an email about an hour or so later and text message that says, hey, did you enjoy your order? Let us know, and gives them the ability to type the review right there.
Oh, really?
So it's not like a whole step they have to do. They're going to be prompted to essentially do so in a very easy way, which people are they're very apt to leave positive reviews. They just aren't as motivated to leave positive ones as they would be negative ones, if that makes sense. So we're keeping it top of mind to make sure that we get those reviews in so that they are on each menu item.
Very cool, though.
Another feature to point out is, of course, the use of pop-ups. We've all seen pop-ups on sites, but they're definitely really important. Now, our sites are fully responsive, meaning that no matter what screen you're viewing them on, whether it's a 75-inch large screen TV or your smartphone, it's going to conform up or down accordingly. So will the pop-ups. Now, right now, the main use of pop-ups that we're seeing is the conveying of information, again, because consumers are depending to go to your site and view this, what's your current hours, what's your current process, you're just doing takeout. So putting that in a pop-up kind of takes out the, need for them to navigate through your site to find what they're looking for, makes it more convenient, ends up with a more happy customer. So definitely that's a great use, but they can also be used for marketing purposes as well. So a lot of our customers will use them for, join our mailing list or our VIP list, whatever you want to refer to it as.
Subscribe.
Yes, which we want to build those lists because email marketing still surpasses social media in terms of customer engagement, specifically for restaurants. So we really want to push that list to increase as much as it can. Or, something like this, where if they have online ordering, they can feature some items in a pop-up, again, bringing attention to those items with the call to action to start the order.
You know what's interesting? You guys are good. Like, you're really good at this. Like, you guys are, because last time I've seen it, what's funny is I think a year ago, actually it was a year ago, we were just talking earlier about this with Lori, one of our guests, when the last time I dined out with her in Winnipeg and my team in Winnipeg was almost a year ago. And we were actually talking about orderies in my presentation at the event I was at. It was like 2 days before the world locked down. And we had a customer come up and actually, I remember this. I was with Greg and we were sitting there and the customer came up and just said, I got to tell you about orderies. You guys got us hooked on them. And their service is incredible. Like, he did a testimonial. I remember it. It was really good. And then I've seen you guys have evolved, and you guys must have really evolved through COVID in a way.
So we're really fortunate where we have such a large team, and it's not just the founders of our business who are in the restaurant industry. Over 80% of our employee base works in the restaurant industry at all levels, from bartenders, servers, hostess, managers. So we get it. And there's always ideas coming in of what we're experiencing working in restaurants and practicality of what needs to happen online. So literally our customers can attest to, each month we're making a slew of updates to our websites, our social media posting, our online ordering, to keep one step ahead of what they're looking for, but also what the consumer is looking for.
And not to plug New York again, but you guys live in the food mecca of North America too.
We do. We're fortunate,
right? Like, you live right there.
There's everything.
You guys, it's funny. I'm not going to tell you what I do, but I am a huge fan of New York. And I think you guys set a lot of standards for the branding and the marketing of our industry out in New York for the rest of the country, especially in Canada. A lot of people research what's going on in New York, what's on the menus there. Very innovative, very diverse. And I'm just looking at this and it just looks awesome. And you guys are just impressive every time I see what you guys are doing.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Big fan.
The last feature on the sites that I just want to touch on, as far as, again, something that sets us apart, is the ability to pull reviews onto the website. So I touched on it earlier. We're looking to create a full inclusive experience on the site to give the customer everything they're looking for, not have them kind of venture elsewhere. And that's where the reviews portion comes into. So reviews, Yelp, Google, Facebook, if you love them or you hate them, it doesn't matter. They're a necessary thing. And basically they're still dependent on by consumers. So reviews have evolved with the COVID situation as well. So if you check out review sites, you will see a lot of reviews now are based on, how is the social distancing? Did I catch an employee with their mask below their nose and I'm complaining about it? If the business is only doing online ordering, my food was cold, my food came hot. You'll see those types of reviews. So it is evolving with the current situation. And people are more apt right now to leave really great reviews, especially for in-house, to encourage more people to dine in. So we really want these reviews to be seen, but the way we're pulling them in is we're setting a filter. So when the customer clicks reviews on your site, they're going to see reviews from Yelp, TripAdvisor, Zomato, Google, Facebook, wherever, but only the ones that you want them to see. So just the 5-star reviews, just the 4 and 5-star reviews, so that they're getting kind of that need met. But again, seeing the 5-star and maybe not the 1-star that's right below that one. So definitely a great tool as well.
Well, Corinne, we have to wrap up. I apologize. I got to go do it.
No worries.
You guys rock. Like, I just don't know why, like, you wouldn't want to use Ordery. Like, I understand the perspectives out there of using other companies and things like this, but you use a company, then you get the analytics that make that crazier, right? But there's just so much that you can benefit from this to help your business out and to have the best websites and the traffic. And you guys just are really good at what you do. Just impressed all the time.
Thank you. And just to wrap up, so we weren't able to touch on kind of everything that we do. We do a lot. But again, it's all managed from one dashboard. This is just kind of a preview of that. And anyone who's looking to learn more about our services, you can of course contact your sales consultant or anyone at Cisco, and they'll help get you over to us. Or you can go to orderies.com and fill out the request a demo contact form, put in who from Cisco referred you, and that way you qualify for the current pricing, which is really great right now. So anything you purchase on our platform, so let's say you get a website, online ordering, social posting, email marketing, the whole 9 yards, you're not going to pay more than $100. So it's a max $100 setup for any services. All of our monthly fees have been discounted. So for example, we covered websites. Those have been discounted to $88 a month, which is kind of unheard of. And then our online ordering. So online ordering can be purchased a la carte. Regardless, it'll match the branding of the business. And this is right now free. So no setup cost. It's going to be free until May 1st. And that's when the charges start. So it's 5% per order, capped at $199 a month. But the first bill won't come until June 1st. So you have 2 months to, just get revenue in. And then once you are being charged, it's still way less than pretty much any other online ordering company out there, keeping the revenue in your pocket, which is where it belongs.
Wow, you guys are amazing. Like that doesn't, you just mic drop there. Totally did. Like the not only do you guys have the best out there, but your pricing is ridiculously affordable for a lot of restaurants. I just can't thank you enough.
Definitely.
Unbelievable. Well, you take care. Great seeing you again. Say hello to all my friends in New York.
I will.
In Long Island. And we will have you back again and again.
Can't wait. Thanks for having me.
You bet. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
So for everyone else, guess what? We're done today. We had a great, amazing day with tons of information from all across Canada, US, 9 shows today, tons of information, great stuff. We're back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern time with more. We have 9 more shows tomorrow. Amazing content tomorrow as well. So please check us out. And thanks again for tuning in. And till next time, we will be back with Cisco's Virtual Kitchen. Thank you.